Good evening. It's Friday, May 29, 2026, 10 p.m. Central Standard Time here in Champaign, Illinois. You're watching Co-op for Two. You're joining me for part 2 of Death by Design, a case for New York Noir written by a viewer of the channel, Lux. Yesterday we played the first day. How long did it take us? Maybe 4.5 hours? 5 hours, something like that. Quite a good session we had. Quite a fun session. I've been taking a little notes. We'll do a little recap, and then we'll get started with day 2 of the case. During day 2 of our playthrough, I can see Martinez, Jonathan are here, both authors of New York Noir cases that we've played on YouTube. You guys are joining part of a small little club here. This session will only make sense if you've watched yesterday's session. If you haven't, you shouldn't try to make sense of today's live stream. You'll have to go back and watch yesterday's part 1, and then maybe you can catch up with part 3, which we expect to play on Saturday evening at the same time. All right. Anyone doing anything this weekend they want to share with the channel? I've been out riding bikes with my wife last couple of days. If you could see underneath this table, you would see my belly is in need of exercise. So I've been trying to go get some exercise with my wife. My wife is kind of a maniac when it comes to exercise, and she's mainly a climber, but she's climbing multiple days per week, and the days she's not climbing, she's going once or twice a week for weightlifting conditioning, whereas I just sit at the computer, and we're lucky if I'm outside once a week. So I'm trying to just, when she wants to go out biking, I try to tell my brain to just say yes. Don't think too much about it. Okay, no one else. Anna is here, another one of the authors for New York Noir. I don't know if everyone saw that I just read an article about the latest progress on AI has solved one of the outstanding, an unsolved math problem that has been sitting waiting to be solved for 50 years or something. That AI is coming so quick for us. Soon, the thing is that in terms of New York Noir, soon the AI will be writing cases, and I suspect we'll be able to feed it a case and have it create a full movie of these cases. So any cases you write, I wouldn't be surprised if in a decade you won't have a full movie of your case available with Humphrey Bogart, Lauren Bacall, Ingrid Bergman. All right, let's do a little recap of our case here. We went to the house of someone who's dead in his house, in his chair. Sir Teddy Armitage, living in Yorkville in a sort of poorish neighborhood, but adjacent to a rich neighborhood. A man who looks like he was putting on airs of being rich, but not really. Dead. Looks like he thought he had indigestion. He's sitting in his chair with some Alka-Seltzer bromide in a cup, very peacefully, but his face looks a little weird. We're a little suspicious that he died of natural causes. In his wallet is $1,000. Quite a lot of money. He works at an electrical testing laboratory, ETL, Edison's original company testing industrial machinery for the city, large projects, large important projects for large companies. And we've seen some articles in the paper that seem to be an insider leaking that there's something bad happening with this industrial testing. We haven't directly tied it into his company yet. He was the chief engineer at this company. But we think maybe an insider is leaking to the paper or leaking articles about how the testing is not up to snuff and is resulting in people getting killed. And we found that there is a writer, freelance writer for the papers, who's been publishing these articles revealing that the testing is subpar. When we went to Teddy Armitage's work, we learned he's not well liked by his colleagues. He's got a boss that's very suspicious, doesn't want us looking into the archives, and he's got two underlings who are bristling at him not treating them well. On the other hand, we've noticed he's very fastidious. Everything is in its proper place in his office, which made us think that he was probably not cutting corners. But then we discovered in his waistband a brown envelope that looked like maybe it was being used to pass him money or blackmail. Having talked to his secretary, it seems now that we've got fairly definitive confirmation that he was being bribed, probably being bribed to sign off on these inspections and give these companies and their equipment a green light, even though they really aren't in good shape. We think his boss is taking a big cut. Not we think, the secretary has confirmed. The boss is taking a cut, and then Teddy Armitage is taking a cut. But it's a little bit more complicated than that, because we've learned that he's behind in his rent and recently took out some loans. That's a little bit in conflict. Here he is getting paid off, getting bribes, and getting paid reasonably well. I think we figured out $180 a month for his job, and yet he's having trouble keeping up with his rent. And the story that we think we've settled on is that he's being blackmailed. And so even though he's getting these kickbacks, the money's going right out to the blackmailer. And also, we finally discovered at the end of yesterday's session confirmation of a theory that I had very early on yesterday, which is that he might be a degenerate gambler. That's a good way people who are making money end up with not enough. So we did track him down at the end of yesterday's session to an illegal gambling joint where we hear he has been losing a lot of money lately. More interestingly, we hear that yesterday night, the night that he died, we hear that there was a loan collector outside his house. He tried to avoid his house by going to the gambling joint, and he won $1,500. And he's seen talking to this big, fancy, maybe mobbed up guy who's described as maybe the muscle. A guy driving an Alfa Romeo, so he's got lots of money, and the muscle. And we heard he was talking to him and maybe gave him something. So the theory we are working with now is he won $1,500. He's found in his house with $1,000 in his wallet. What we think he may have paid this guy Sal $500, maybe to kill the person who's been blackmailing him. That's our working theory. Now, I have made a couple lists. Before I check in with the chat, I do want to go and look at some notes I made. Mostly I've just covered those. We did all pick up on this interesting discussion with the workers that were under Teddy Armitage who didn't like him, and one of them seemed very nervous, Julius Lang. So we thought maybe Julius Lang is the guy who's submitting articles as K. White. That's the writer of the articles talking about the bad inspection, bad equipment. I think I still feel very good about that. However, there's one piece of the puzzle that I don't think we really understand regarding this person who's writing articles. And it almost, if I didn't know better, I would almost think it's a bug. Occasionally when you play these games, you get bugs in timeline stuff that the authors overlooked. But when we went to the newspaper where these articles are being published, and it should be noted that the newspaper where the articles are being published is the Daily Worker, which would be a communist socialist newspaper in favor of working men and labor and stuff. So we've got this article about the ship, the welding was not done properly, and then we found all these previous articles, 3 articles that this K. White author has left about workers being blamed for bad inspection equipment. But the part that sort of has thrown us a little bit is that when we went to the Daily Worker, we learned about K. White. And we learned that this person is a freelancer submitting these articles and is not collecting the payment. It's not having the payment sent to them. It's sort of anonymously collecting the payment. Makes us more suspicious of this writer. But the weird part is that the latest payment to K. White was never picked up. Normally they have a procedure for coming in on the Friday. They use some code word that proves that they're this person. I think we got confirmation that it was a him. Maybe we could reread this. But the weird part with timeline is that the author, K. White, never picked up the September payment. And yet, there is an article in yesterday's paper by K. White. So that's a little bit confusing, because clearly the blackmailer was still working. If we're right about blackmailer, we don't have a full confirmation, but if we're right about the blackmailer is still active November 1st, the day before our guy gets killed, or the night that our guy gets killed. And if our theory is right, that our guy Armitage is hiring this muscle to find the blackmailer, then the blackmailer is still active. All of that is consistent with everything except for the fact that why hasn't K. White picked up the payment? But maybe there's an easier answer to that. Yeah, I think maybe Anna says maybe it just means K. White doesn't do it for the money. I would phrase it a little differently. I think the fact that they're being published in the Daily Worker suggests maybe this person is not doing it for the money. But maybe what we should think about with this not picked up the last $15, this I think is more likely. If this person is getting paid off by blackmail for like $500, $1,000 blackmail, the $15 is nothing. It's pittance. It's not worth it. And it's become dangerous for K. White to go pick up the payment. So it would make sense, perhaps, that this person, K. White, is just saying, why would I go in and put myself at risk to have my identity discovered for $15? So I think that maybe that makes sense. Like, well, $15 is not going to it's not worth risking your life. But I do think we should consider the possibility that these are two different people. Like, it feels like this is a blackmail case, but it may be that the person planting the stories in the paper is different from the person blackmailing. But it does feel like the newspaper articles are related, but it's possible that these are different people working together or separately. In my notes, I've got a couple more things that I want us to remember to do. One odd thing was at the end of yesterday's session, when we went in this illegal gambling joint, we saw some lockers with initials. Where have I put those? Did I not make a note about it? I guess these are our oh, here. What do the initials on the gambling locker mean? And we wrote these down. I have, look at that focus. Why is that not right? What do I want to do here? Still not quite in focus. That's better. So here are the initials in the lockers at the club. Now, I think it may simply be a clue that Sal's last name is going to be R. But there may be a deeper meaning to these. Here was the other thing that we need to not forget, because I am very keen to try to trace down this lead. We hear that Sal is this muscle guy who drives an Alfa Romeo, and one of the offhanded comments was something like, how is a doorman gonna afford an Alfa Romeo? Which is a key that he's involved in some illegal stuff. But more important from our standpoint is, can we locate him by visiting the apartment buildings in Carnegie Mansion and find where this guy is a doorman? We have lots of other stuff to follow up on. We've got to go to the autopsy of the medical examiner and all our other contacts and a bunch of places that we meant to go back to, including the bank. All right, now let me catch up with the chat here. Lux says, did you like the one more thing, sir, that Jack slipped in with the brown envelope when talking to Saunders right out of Columbo? Absolutely. That was Columbo's always famous thing. He'd be leaving, and he'd say to the bad guy, Columbo is all reverse mystery, which I'm getting very keen on exploring in my cases, where you know that who did it, you just have to prove it. So Columbo frequently knows who he's suspicious of, and he'll frequently go and talk to them, and he'll be like, what I don't get is why this guy never showed up. And then the bad guy will say something, well, it was probably because, he didn't know about it. And Columbo would go, oh, you know what? You're right. I think you're right. And then he would leave and thanks very much. And he would leave. And then right when he was getting there, he'd go, one other thing. And then he'd ask an extra question. And it was always that little one other thing at the end that was fun to hear him push the bad guy on. All right. Matt says, crazy theory. Armitage hires someone to kill Kay White through a proxy. Killer investigates and thinks Armitage is Kay White. Accidentally paid to have himself killed. Okay. That does not make sense to me. Oh, I see. Armitage hires somebody to kill Kay White through a proxy. The person never meets him. I feel like we saw Armitage himself negotiating that, so it doesn't... I don't know about that. Jonathan says there were the cryptic engravings on the file cabinet at the gambling den. I believe they were told they were on lockers. I don't think we ever canvassed. I'm not sure there are any places really made sense to do it. I believe I asked Lux if his case makes use of the canvas mechanic, and he said no. So that's why we're not canvassing. Anna says Armitage paid Sal only the night he died, so he knew Armitage. Yes, okay. Is it possible the person who wrote the article is not Kay White? Well, the articles are being published under the byline of Kay White. We just don't know if Kay White's a real person. Probably not. We haven't bothered to try to look up Kay White, but we are assuming it's a made-up name. But we should think about, like, why would you, if you're making up the name Kay White, why are you choosing that name? And maybe we should try to go into the phone book for a Kay White. I mean, we haven't really, we're just assuming it's a fake name. Martinez says, remind me again of the actual evidence for blackmail. Okay. Anna is pointing out one of the points. He took out a loan right after the September 9th article. That was the first one. He took out a loan immediately the same day the September 9 article came out. And I suppose that's basically it. I mean, we're thinking that the reason he has no money is partially because of the blackmail money. But I guess you could say it's all due to gambling. Early on, I thought maybe it was going to be that Armitage is leaking the information. And I suppose that that's still a possibility. But the fact that Armitage is seen giving this guy $500 the night before he's dead for something makes us think that he's trying to pay this guy off to find his blackmailer. If Kay White is not the blackmailer, it wouldn't be hard for someone else to bluff. Everyone sees the paper. That is a very interesting point. Probably in real life that happens a lot. Probably in real life you've got blackmailers who are pretending to be someone who's got information. Martinez says, could it be that Armitage is losing money to gambling, unhappy with Kay White, hires Sal to go after Kay White, and gets killed by the family of those who died in the accidents? No blackmail. Okay, I think that's a fair point. And this last point about the family is something that came up very early in our case, where we learned the day before he's killed is this article that about a boat where a bunch of people are killed. But more importantly, we've got a guy, Alexander Forsyth, who's being blamed for 72 construction worker deaths. So this is the latest article. So while we don't have any proof that Armitage is involved in this problem, one of the things someone in the chat picked up on right away is this going to be the case where this relative of this person or a relative of one of the workers who died blames him? I do think that there are reasons to doubt that theory. First of all, no one knows to connect our guy to this case, if indeed he is to blame for this case, which we don't know. Only the insiders at the ETL company who are leaking information would know that he's to blame. I don't think that this guy who's being on the hook for this case would have any reason to know about Armitage, but we can try to find him. But I have my doubts about that theory. Anna says, Sal is the is the gambling den's doorman. I see. I read that wrong then, if that's true. Let's see. Armitage could have taken out that loan simply because he lost money gambling. That's true. That's absolutely true. And it says, yeah, I was thinking revenge as a motive as well. Who knows? So also Armitage was also expecting someone from the press to track him down as a culprit. I think you're going to need to specify a little bit more evidence from that, or are you just saying that's a theory? Jonathan is the person who's raised this idea. We should reread to make sure Sal is not the gambling den's doorman. I don't think he was, but that could be a bad mistake. And Anna says he is. I'm curious, when you were catching up on the stream, were you shouting at the screen for us to check cabs? That was the thing we did at the end when we lost our track. Maybe Armitage tried to blackmail his boss. That's an interesting idea. It's an interesting idea to consider that Armitage could be the blackmailer. It's possible that Armitage is the K. White and he's the blackmailer. That's an awfully interesting idea. What's arguing against it? I guess the handoff money to Sal is arguing against that, unless you recast that and say, imagine that instead of paying Sal to hunt down the blackmailer, he's paying Sal to bodyguard him or something. Oh, yeah. Okay, now Anna and Martinez is clarifying this thing that we learned that maybe we should take a note on because it was significant. Teddy's secretary kept saying that if anyone from the press came around, she was to send them to him directly. Yes, that was part. Margaret, the secretary, told us Armitage was asking her over and over if someone from Iraq was asking about anything. Okay, that's a very good memory that I had completely forgotten. That was part of our clue that our theory about the blackmail was right. Because Teddy told his secretary over and over again, he was nervous. If anyone from a newspaper, any rag, whatever, asked about any issues, send them to him. He didn't want a newspaper guy talking to the other workers. So that was good confirmation of our theory that he was afraid he was going to get wrapped up in this case. But I guess you could say it, you could look at it from the other direction too, right? Like if he's the one leaking to the papers and someone comes by, he wants them going right to him. And then his boss says unless we have a search warrant, he's not going to allow us to examine the archive. Armitage may have taken a bribe to certify the boat before it was ready, maybe under pressure from boat owners. Then he had a change of heart and was eliminated. If he accepted a bribe for the boat, that's already come and gone, and it's resulted in 70 people killed. So he's not having a change of heart about that. Okay, I do want to go now and clarify the issue that was raised about if Sal is the doorman at the gambling joint, because that is important. So this was when we hung around to gamble more. We overheard some information. There's some details here about the club has this weird habit of not wanting anyone to lose too much. House custom, tired players go home, sharp players move slower. Okay, so and give them drinks. All right, and then he's overhearing this. The nervous one keeps glancing toward the stairs. That Alfa Romeo's still out front. Sal's, the lawyer, deals himself another card. Man does well for himself. Doorman money doesn't buy Italian sports cars. So we picked up that. Not unless he's got himself other income streams, if you take my meaning. Muscle for hire. Okay, so I think you guys are right. I think Anna is right and Jonathan was right to point it out. I think they're saying Sal is a doorman for the club. And then we hear about our guy Teddy Armitage talking to him. Teddy was talking to him Tuesday night before he left. Saw them upstairs when I left. Really, what about? Couldn't hear. Teddy passed him an envelope. Looked like he was paying for something. And then as he's leaving, he sees the metal lockers. Each has initials scratched or painted on the front. So I think you are right that Sal works here as the doorman. And that means it's more likely that these are his initials, SR. So we should be looking for a Sal with an R as a last name. But it does mean that my theory of checking apartment buildings is no good. Now, oops. So I think, however, what we might do is, having confirmed now that Sal is the doorman, I wonder if maybe we should reread the lead where we meet the doorman. We go to the condemned building. One black Alfa Romeo parked at the curb, probably cost more money than every other vehicle on the street combined. There's a man in a cheap suit smoking on the stoop. Lost, looking for a game. $100 buy-in. Building seller. Okay, I guess we didn't get enough of a description of him, or even we don't really know that that's him. All right. Walked in with 500, left with 1,500. And we know that's probably the loan he took, and he actually won some money, although he's been losing a lot. Oh, you know what? We didn't write down this. The dealer, Manuel. That was kind of emphasized, but we didn't really write this down because it says Manuel has become his lucky charm. I'm not sure why we would need to speak to this dealer, but our guy doesn't gamble unless Manuel is dealing. And then we got a detail here. He deals weekends, Mondays, and Tuesdays. Okay, well, I don't think we're going to be able to visit Manuel, but I wonder now if we look at those initials, look at that. Is Manuel MVD? What would MVD be? Like Van Doren or something? All right. Anna says, oh, let's see. Jesse, when we try to get inside the club, we need to tell Sal a name, Armitage. Also give him $100. That's why I think he's the club doorman. There's no confirmation that that was Sal we were talking about, but I do think he is the doorman. Here's a question. Should we be thorough and check if he got another cab from the gambling den neighborhood to his apartment? That's an interesting idea. I think that's not a bad idea. Martinez says, I agree. Anna says, first, let's read the end of day one entry, which we forgot. Anna says, my theory is Armitage paid off Manuel. That's why he became his lucky charm, and that's why he won. That's an interesting idea. I don't know how we would find Manuel, though. We can't search by first name. If we could, we would search in the directory for... Well, that's an interesting idea. If it's if his name is MVD and we're guessing it's something like Van Doren, then we could look up people starting with the last name V, and there can't be that many, and look for any in Carnegie Manor neighborhood. Martinez has already done it and says there's a Van Dyke Manuel. Van Dyke, that would be a good thing. Okay, I hope Martinez is remembering not to cheat and look up people in the advanced search by first name, because that would be illegal. But it's okay since I realized we could search for V. Okay, but let's do what Anna says first. We need to read our end of day one event. And I'll have to assume that Martinez has not done any cheating. I just tried Van Dyke. Okay, well, that is a pretty cool little hint of figuring out that VD would be a initials that we could search for. Okay, our end of day event was here. Let's do that and then we'll get started. 54725. Okay, so here's our end of day event, which we did. We got 13 demerits, or a whole bunch of demerits. Chat was having a little discussion if I marked some times wrong, but I think it seems like basically we've got about 13 demerits. Okay, we had to come back. We did it. So now that we found them, we should be reading this, which we probably should have read yesterday, but here we go. Evening, day one. Yes, I know. The Detective Bureau feels different at night, with most of the day shift gone home to their families. I sit at my desk under the green banker's lamp. The Armitage files spread before me like pieces of a puzzle that don't quite fit. Jules long gone, but she left a fresh pot of coffee and a note about messages. I dial the medical examiner's office, the rotary phone clicking its mechanical rhythm in the quiet building. Mickles here. Doc Mickles' voice carries that familiar German accent, slightly weary but always precise. It's Deverell about the Armitage case. What did you find? Poisoning, no question. Papers rustle on his end. The symptoms are consistent, but I need more time to identify the substance. Accidental? Not likely. The onset was delayed, 30 minutes, maybe more. Long enough for a man to leave wherever he was poisoned and get himself home before it took hold. There's a pause. Whoever did this understood dosage, timing. They ran the math first. Any idea what he consumed? Residue in the stomach suggests coffee. Recently ingested within an hour of death. Coffee. I think about the bromo seltzer bottle, the sour smell in the bathroom. Poor bastard thought he had indigestion. I'll know more tomorrow, Mickles says, but Jack, this wasn't a crime of passion. This was execution. The line goes dead. 30 minutes, just enough time for a man to think he'd escaped whatever danger was stalking him. Now, we happened to find where he had that coffee, and that was at the automat. But what we don't know is if that poisoned him or if he got poisoned at the gambling joint right before he head to the coffee shop. We do know that he didn't finish his coffee at the coffee shop and that he was nervous. Execution, definitely connected to the accident, probably a family member as we suspected. Boy, Anna just jumped to that conclusion, but her instincts are often correct. John says, was he poisoned at the gambling? Yeah, poisoned at the gambling den or poisoned at the automat. Marco says, I think in the gambling club entry, there's something about drinking that involves Teddy. There is stuff about they give them drinks there, so they definitely could be drinking there. Karen says, needing a warrant came up a lot yesterday. I wonder if that should be our first priority. Well, we can't just go get a warrant. I think we're going to have to get information first. So we don't know, but he did go to the automat regularly, as Anna says. So it's not so easy to poison someone at an automat. You're not even being served by waiters, right? So how does his coffee get poisoned at the automat? On the other hand, he is a regular there. Regular at both places. But my gut tells me that Manuel may have been paid off to poison him. Although the fact that it was hard to find the automat makes me suspect the automat too. But someone else would have had to be in the automat to poison his coffee. "30 minutes. Yeah, let's make a note of that. Poison take 30 minutes. We just don't know exactly when he died, though. So if he's at the gambling joint and then to get coffee and doesn't finish it and goes home, it feels like he could have gotten poisoned at either place. Jonathan says, another reason why maybe we should check a cab company in the gambling joint that he may have used. Okay, let's do that. But first, I think we have to read our day 2 start, right? We've just read the day 1 end of day. Now we need to... Oh. The night is young. You're alone. It's late. The case is fresh. What do you think with the quiet hours? What do you do with the quiet hours? Choose one of the following. Then return here to finish your evening. Oh, we have a late night lead. A. Spread the file across the desk and work it piece by piece until the coffee's cold. Cross-reference every name, every address, every timeline. Go to 38189 and then return here. Or B. Grab your coat, head back to Yorkville. A detective knows his streets. Who knows his streets knows his people. Or C. Go home, take a nap. The old man always said a tired detective makes the case harder, not easier. Tomorrow's going to be a long day. Huh. And then there's a note here, if you haven't circled marker Y1, but we have circled Y1. I think did we get Y1 because we hung out for 2 hours in the gambling joint? So maybe this is a different way to do this. Okay, so this is pretty cool. This is actually very cool. But I'll tell you which of these choices I think we should make. And you can see if you can guess what I'm going to guess. What I'm going to suggest we do. My suggestion is that we take C. Yes, you guys have figured it out. It's because we did go to sleep and we did end day 1 and we had an extra long day 1 where we went to a bunch of leads trying to find M1. So it feels to me like the natural thing for us to sleep. It might even be this might even be an interesting thing for Lux to consider, like if we were playtesting this, we might write, Lux, I wonder if you might force players to choose C if they have lots of demerit. Regardless, we are going to choose C. Let's see what we get. The radiator hisses like it's got its own troubles. I hang up my coat, let the city hum without me. November's not going anywhere. A clear head tomorrow might catch what tired eyes might miss tonight. You gain the following bonus. Tomorrow, end the day at 8 p.m. instead of 7 p.m. Okay, so we got a couple of extra leads for tomorrow. Circled marker G2. This is pretty neat. Okay, so I'm going to circle G2. And I'm going to make a note. I'm going to make a note on our day 2 log sheet. Day ends 8 p.m. Okay, so I've just made a note that our day 2 is going to end at 8 p.m. This is day number 2. Okay, and then we return here, which tells us to check if we haven't circled Y1, we would do this, but we have circled Y1. So now presumably we go to the next page. Stop. Turn the page when you're ready to begin day 2. Okay. So we should have played till this point last night, but I forgot. Day 2. Plans within plans. 9 a.m. Thursday, November 3rd, 1932. The temperature dropped overnight. I can see my breath as I climb the stairs to the second floor, and the radiators are working overtime, clanking their complaints throughout the old building. Jules got her cardigan buttoned to the throat. She looks up from her typewriter. Chief's been asking for you since 8. Doc Mickles called twice. And wouldn't say. Just that it was urgent. She slides a coffee across her desk. The cup steams in the chill air. I knock on the chief's door. He's at his desk, a file open in front of him, doesn't look up when I enter. Mickles hit a wall, he says, and Mickles doesn't hit walls. What happened? Cyanide poisoning, no question. Symptoms are textbook. Faint almond smell, blue discoloration in the fingernails and lips. But here's the problem. The chief finally looks at me. You can't find any cyanide in the body. How's that possible? That's what I asked. He slides Mickles' preliminary report across the desk. Apparently, there's more than one kind. The common stuff, well, that's a salt, like nitrate, stays in the stomach, easy to detect. He taps the report. But this form was volatile. By the time the body's on the table, it's gone. Nothing left but the symptoms. We know it was in the coffee, but that's about all we know. This wasn't a jealous wife with rat poison, Jack. Whoever did this knew exactly what they were doing. Knew the poison would disappear before we could prove it existed. He signs the warrant with a quick, angry stroke. Find out who, and find out why. Take the warrant. The ink's still wet. I pull the briar pipe from my coat and hold it, unlit, turning the bowl in my palm. Volatile cyanide, a poison that erases itself. Someone out there is smarter than the evidence. Circle marker X1. Okay, now I'm going to circle marker X1. And Jack, watch yourself. Oops. Back at my desk, Jules' coffee sits steaming where I left it. Her coffee's kept me alive for 3 weeks now, but somewhere in this city, someone figured out how to turn a cup of joe into a murder weapon that leaves no trace. I take a long sip before I head out. I'm halfway down the front step when I feel it. That prickle at the back of the neck the old man used to call someone walking on your grave. Black Alfa Romeo across the street. Engine idling, exhaust curling in the cold air. Driver's just a shape behind the windshield, but he's not reading a paper, not waiting for a fare. Just sitting, watching. I keep walking like I haven't noticed. Turn left on Center Street, stop at a newsstand, buy a paper I don't need. Use the motion to check the reflection in the vendor's glass case. Car pulls out, slow, keeping distance. Circle marker E1. You are now being tailed. What is this? You are now being tailed. Someone's watching. You can lose them before visiting a lead by canvassing the block first. Takes time, but keeps things quiet. Example, before the financial district precinct, canvass block FD70 to shake your tail for that visit. Canvassing takes 30 minutes per location. If no canvas lead exists, time does not advance. What is this mechanic? This is something that Lux has come up with completely on his own and not told me anything about it. Okay, let's read this first. Record the following mandatory event. Day 2 at 7 p.m., but for us it's 8 p.m. We're supposed to go to 37942. Okay, so let me put that in. We're now on our day 2, which is Thursday, November 3rd, 1932. Our day is starting at, day 2, yeah. Our day is starting at 9 a.m. And our end of day event is going to be at 8 p.m. And we're supposed to read 37942. Okay, at 8 p.m., 37942. That's our end of day. Now let's get back and read what this is all about here. You are now being tailed. You can lose them before visiting a lead. I see. So on any block we want to go to, in any lead we want to go to, before we go to that lead, we have to spend a moment canvassing that block where that lead is to shake the tail. If there's no canvas entry, then we don't do anything. Otherwise, we spend 30 minutes. So this is our Black Alfa Romeo from Sal's Black Alfa Romeo. And I suppose there are places we might not care if he tells us, and there are places we do care about. Like if we're going to go to Manuel's house working at the gambling club, we certainly don't want this guy to see us doing that. Very interesting. Very interesting. Okay. Before we get going, should we take a break? Sal is following us. Who hired him? Lux says, time is of the essence. Don't shake the tail if you don't feel you have to. And Anna is saying, don't give us hints, Lux. Okay. All right. Let's take a break. We always try to follow Jonathan's advice. I'll see you in 8 minutes. Well, just as you would want in a case like this, day 2 has kicked off with more questions than answers. We now have someone who's apparently poisoned him with some very sophisticated chemical version of cyanide that you don't just pick up in rat poison. We know where he was before he went home, at an automat drinking coffee, but we have no sign that he was with anyone. So there's another 2 mysteries right there. The third big mystery for us is, why is this guy following us? This is the guy that we thought Armitage hired to track down who might be writing articles about him, the blackmailer. That was our thought. And now all of a sudden, he's following us? Does he know that Armitage is dead? And if so, why would he be still on the job? Three big mysteries. I'm going to write them down so we don't forget them. Why is Sal following us? That's weird. And then, who has access to this volatile poison? Who has the access and knowledge to use such a poison? And then, was someone with him at the automat? It's our to-do, day 2. We need someone with knowledge of poisons, also a motive. We can use the articles for leads. Our warrant to go back to the archive to see the clients. Martinez agrees with Jonathan Warner that we should look for a cab he might have gotten into in the rainy night at Carnegie Mansion. Anna says cab and Manuel are good ideas, but let's use our warrant first. Jonathan is deferring to Anna. Another thing to consider is we could reread and see if we got partial name for the automat employee and see if she lives nearby. I think it's now that we know the automat, which we went to very early on based on a good hunch of mine. Now that we know how important a role it plays, I do think we should reread the automat lead for sure. Let's put that high in our to-do list. I do think she didn't pay attention that night, but she does notice him leaving and not finishing his coffee, so we should absolutely reread that. It could be that the killer saw us at the gambling den. That's an interesting point. We know that Teddy took a cup of coffee at the den. Manuel invited him to take it. Is that true? Is that true? Because then we absolutely need to reread that. There was an interesting discussion there about coffee and liquor. But that is very important if that's true. So let's put reread gambling den and automat. So before we do that, let's just confirm on that. Martina says it's probably the 3rd time Marco has pointed that out. Manuel told him to splash some water on his face and get a coffee into him. I see. Okay. Well, sometimes you got to say it 3 times for me. I appreciate you not giving up. All right. Get a coffee into you. Does that mean they serve coffee there, or he wants him to leave and get coffee? I guess that's not 100% clear, but I want to talk to Manuel. And we have to remember, every place we go, we should think hard about whether this guy trailing us, we need to lose him. All right. So the archives is where you want to go first with our search warrant. Actually, I wanted to leave a little note here for Lux. The search warrant normally in US, a judge signs off on a search warrant, and it's pretty specific in scope. Just I'm not sure how it get reworked. It's not important, but okay. So I think we can't know yet if it was the den or the automat. So let's chase other leads about motive for now. Okay, I'm fine with that. So you want to go to the archives? I don't feel like we need to ditch this person following us for the archives, right? No, well, I don't know. He could be in league with the boss. So maybe we should, out of an abundance of caution. Time doesn't advance if there's no canvas. But Perry says, let the tail follow us. We don't need to ditch him for the archives. Vote we let Sal tag along. Interesting. Okay. All right. You guys aren't worried about him following us here. All right, let's not worry about it then. So let's go to our bookmarks. Did we bookmark ETL? Yes. Okay, here we go. Day 2. It is before 4 p.m., so it's still open. And what we did was we went down and we want to go into the archives. And he came down. And first it's asking if we have document 15, but we don't. I think this is just checking if we already got access to the archive. So we don't, so we go here, where he won't let us in. So it was something else. Something else. Maybe it was just when we talked to him, he asked us if we had a search warrant. Yes, until you have an actual warrant, I think we're done. So it wasn't the archive, but now did we already have R1 on our first visit here? Because we do have R1. Oh, that was the brown envelope, which we confronted him about. I don't remember if we confronted him about it, though, now that we've learned from Margaret that he is splitting the money. Are we asking? Oh, yeah, he does say, sometimes you get a gratuity. Who's grateful? He won't tell us. All right, but now he says, if you don't have a warrant, we're done here. All right, here we go. We got a warrant. We're back. Saunders' face goes carefully blank. I see. He stands, smoothing his suit. Detective, before we proceed, I should inform you that certain irregularities in our certification process have recently come to my attention. Teddy operated with considerable autonomy, and I'm as eager as you are to understand the full scope of his activities in our archive files. Yeah, how convenient. I'm simply being forthcoming, Detective. ETL's reputation is at stake. Whatever Teddy was involved in, I assure you, was not company policy. He pulls a slip of paper from his desk drawer and uncaps his fountain pen. I'll write you an authorization for the basement. He writes quickly, pen moving fast across the paper. A few lines, his signature, he slides it carelessly across the desk. Give this to the man downstairs. He'll let you into the archives. circle document 15. Okay, that's Saunders' note. Okay. And then we can go straight down to the archives. Okay. The old man downstairs peers at me through his spectacles, a hint of amusement in those roomy eyes. Oh, you got authorization from Mr. Saunders. I guess this was a shortcut. I want to see how we would have gotten there. So if normally we would go down to the archives, and now we have 15. Okay, let's just take a look at document 15. Give Detective Deverell access to the certification archives. Now, I have said this so many times that you guys are probably sick of it, but Isara on the Discord was asking me yesterday whether I would consider making another video of tips. And here's one you hear me say very often when we get something like this that seems like it's not useful. Like, okay, this is just gating our access to the basement, but what else is this? It's a handwriting sample. Exactly right. It's a handwriting sample. So even though there's two ways to look at these kinds of documents, one is the content and one is the aesthetics. And what we've got here is William Saunders' handwriting, should we need it. Now, Martinez is asking Lux how he made these. Well, he's made them with Casebook. The Casebook language that you use to make your cases has features for making these little notes and using a whole bunch. We've got a whole dozen or so different handwriting script you can use. So I'm going to make some more videos on making the most out of the Casebook language later. But okay, but for now, it's only useful for this. The old man downstairs peers at me through his thick spectacles, a hint of amusement in those roomy eyes. You got authorization from Mr. Saunders. He says it like he's asking if I brought a hall pass from the principal. I hand him the note. He takes his time reading it, holding it up to the dim light, turning it this way and that. Well, that's Mr. Saunders' fancy hand, all right. Oh, there's a clue that we might have use for this later. The lock clicks, and the door swings open on protesting hinges. Of course, Mr. Saunders don't usually bother coming down here himself. Too much dust for his nice suits. He shuffles inside, jangling his keys. But he sure does like deciding who gets in and who don't. The archives are exactly what I expected and worse. A low-ceilinged cavern stretches into darkness, lit by a single bulb near the entrance. Floor-to-ceiling shelving units create narrow aisles that disappear into shadow. The smell hits me, dust, mildew, old paper slowly decomposing in the damp. How do I find anything here? Everything's filed by manufacturer. He runs a gnarled finger along the shelf. Originals go upstairs. Carbons come to me. Been doing this 36 years. There's pride in his voice. It's my system. And the filing system? Well, files are numbered by the supplier's telephone exchange. He pulls a worn directory from a shelf by the door. You know the company that made the equipment, you look them up here. Find their telephone number, then change the first digit to a 9. That's your file number. He hands it to me with a crooked smile. Clever system, if I do say so myself. Been doing it that way since 1910. Keeps things organized by manufacturer in case there's problems with their equipment. He starts shuffling toward the stairs, then pauses. I'll be mopping upstairs if you need anything. Take your time down here, Detective. These files, he got stories to tell. Just, he glances back with that mischievous glint. Just make sure you lock up when you're done. Wouldn't want Mr. Saunders thinking I was careless with his precious archives. Okay. If the lead does not exist, time advances. So it's telling us we can look up places by company name. So we're going to need to know the company name. And the way we do that is we'd find them in the directory. And then we'd find their phone number. And then we'd change their first digit to a 9 and look up that file number. Okay, that is pretty darn cool. And, okay, I'm going to consider that half hour. So we need to make a note of this. So do we have a business already that we want to look up? Well, we kind of do. Let's think about it for a second. We have our 3 articles and the company in the paper. So what have we got for the paper here? This one says Federal Maritime Commission inspectors issued safety certificates. So I'm not sure this case is even related to us, although it is Kay White. But if it's not related to us, then you might think that Kay White is just the writer for this stuff. But these 3 previous ones, we have some companies' names. Wrightson Brothers Boating Equipment. We haven't visited that person either. The Carlisle Hotel. Maybe this is a company, Alice Chalmers. Or we should be looking for the Rockefeller Center. And there's one more, right? Hotel Taft. This is the Carlisle Hotel, but Anna says Central Elevator Company. So it's either the Carlisle Hotel or Central Elevator Company, depending if we're looking for the manufacturer or this, or the insurance carrier, Liberty Mutual. These are all places we might go. In general, I'm always inclined to go to the most recent one, but we do think actually that the September one is when he took out the loan. So maybe this is the one most likely. Here's a theory. Armitage or his boss hired someone to get rid of the real Kay White, and now maybe they're publishing articles that blame others other than ETL. No, there's a phony K. White putting blame on different inspectors. Boy, that's an interesting theory. So they kill off this K. White, and now he's blaming other people, huh? That's interesting theory. Okay, I'll tell you what we're gonna do. We're gonna make a new card here for. We're gonna call this company records follow-ups. And we're going to put the Taft Hotel. Now, does he say, let me just, everything's filed by manufacturer. By manufacturer, that's interesting. Okay, manufacturer that made the equipment, not the company that's hiring them. That's a good point. So then it wouldn't be in Taft Hotel, but it would be whoever manufactured the phone system for the Taft Hotel. Interesting. Okay, so, but let's go through these. So here we've got the Alice Chalmers solenoid. Solenoid. And that's from our September 12. That's when he took out the loan. So I am very curious if we're going to see Julius Lang involved in this. So let me just fill out the rest of these here. So I think the channel was right, suggesting that this is probably Central Elevator Company. This is from the March 8 paper, although I'm not sure this is actually our... I'm starting to have doubts that K. White is our blackmailer. I do think it's going to be Julius Lang, though, but I'm not sure it's going to be our blackmailer. Okay, and this was at the Carlisle Hotel. Maybe I'll put that here. And this one was at Rockefeller Center, just in case we want to stop by. Okay, and then this one was what? This was at the Reitz Brothers. And who's the manufacturer? Fire extinguishers. Warehouse supervisor Frank Shoot. It's not manufacturer, though. Does sound like, though, we might be able to talk to this person who could tell us who manufacture these. Right? And then this one. Oh, yeah, this is the other thing I wanted to point out. Let me just, this is, you can see the name of the fire extinguisher, can you? I don't think I'm going to be able to read that name. But I'll bet we could talk to this guy and he might tell us. Now, this reminded me of something. He died because he was poisoned by coffee, right? Didn't we read that the person who's being blamed is a guy who operates the coffee concession? Is that relevant? All right, so let us just write down these notes for here. This is Alexander Forsyth, who doesn't live in Manhattan, I'll just point out. Riker Island steamboat disaster, coffee concession. That's interesting. Could just be a coincidence, though. Federal steamboat inspection records. This is September 9th. Is this the one when he took out the loan? No, September 13th was which is when the article would have come out about this. So I do think it's very likely this is our case. Rivet holes. At least that would be a riveter problem, though. Critical evidence was submerged. Federal Maritime Commission inspectors. Um, and the Taft Hotel, we did learn the name of the manufacturing. Did we get it in a document? Trying to remember. I seem to remember. Yeah, here we go. I seem to remember that we did get it in a document. Manufacturer, American Telephone and Telegraph. All right. And here we have Teddy's handwriting. I wonder if we shouldn't start keeping track of what handwriting we have. We have Armitage on the ETL doc, which was number 13. And we have William Saunders, and that is on document 15. Okay. It's not often that keeping meticulous notes is worth the trouble, but occasionally it is. Okay, and then the chat thinks you can see, if it's magnified, you can see Arrow Nider, so, and Son, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Okay, I have my doubts that that's going to be visible to us, but okay, maybe Arrow Snyder. We could look it up, but if it's outside the city, we're not going to find it in our directory. And then let's not forget the possibility that there's some other work by some other company. All right, while we're here, we should go somewhere, right? Which one do you want to look up first? I feel like we might need to go to some of these places. To get manufacturer. Let me just look at this for a second. I mean, the phone was the most recent one. We don't know what company to go to for the boat. But this is the one that seems more likely. This is the one where he took out the loan right after this got published. So I think Alice Chalmers. Yes, and Anna agrees. Okay, Alice Chalmers it is. Let's see if we can't find Alice Chalmers manufacturing in the white pages. Oh, look at that. Alice Chalmers Manufacturing Company, 50 Church Street. Okay, so we could go there and talk to them, which we might want to do, but probably not. Probably that's not of much use to us. What we really need is the lead number, which is 12866. And so according to this, we would go to 92866. ETL client file, Alice Chalmers Manufacturing Company, 30 minutes, and now it's 10 a.m. I pull the Alice Chalmers file inside a crisp certification form signed by Sir Teddy Armitage dated February 2nd, 1932, but there's nothing else. No test results, no measurements, no engineer's notes, just the certification itself. No by test, the ETL advertisements say. Hard to test something when there's no record you ever did. Circle marker P1. Okay, so what is he falsifying these tests? So they are to blame, it seems. Should we look up, should we keep going? Can we find central elevator? Sure enough, Central Elevator and Motor Service, Central Elevator Company. I'll tell you, one of the particularly satisfying things about this case is to see that the trouble that was gone to create all of these businesses of different types looks like it's finally paying off. Okay, 10089. 10089, and so we want to go to 90089. 90089. I find the Central Elevator Company file and pull it from the shelf. It's thin, too thin. Inside, just a single typewritten note. All documentation related to Central Elevator Company certifications has been transferred to the insurance company conducting the investigation on February 29, 1932. File number so-and-so. The Carlisle Hotel accident. Someone sued and the insurance company got the evidence. So we did note what the insurance company was, and it looks like maybe we should stop by there and see for ourselves if there actually were tests performed. So marker H1 is the central elevator, and the insurance company was at the Carlisle Hotel, Liberty Mutual. All right, so we don't want to forget to go to Liberty Mutual. And a half hour has passed. Now 10:30. We should keep going if we can. What's our other manufacturer? Any? Central Elevator, Alice Chalmers, American Telephone and Telegraph. This was the Taft Hotel. Let's see if we can find them. American Telephone and Telegraph on Wispinard Street. One 2897. So 92897. Another entry. I pulled the American Telephone and Telegraph file, the Hotel Taft Telephone Switchboard project. A yellow carbon copy of the test results sits inside a brand new manila folder. Brand new. Well, it is new, so that's not suspicious. This just got filed yesterday. Circle document 12. That's interesting. All right. Let's see what we've got here. Look at this. Holy cow, look at this test result. Hotel Taft Management Corporation, AT&T Automatic Telephone Switchboard, Western Electric, October 24th to 28th. Julius Lang is the engineer who's testing it. And Teddy Armitage is certifying. We've got another handwriting sample that we may want to keep a note of. In fact, I'm very keen to keep note of whose handwriting we have. Julius Lang is on document 12. Okay, let's see what we've got here. Look how amazing this document is. It's the full test results, measured voltages. How did Lux build all this for us? Oh, Jonathan is saying we should do our test right now and see if the handwriting... Well, we don't know whose handwriting this should be, but presumably this might be Julius writing this. So he is noting that it's fine. Main circuit, oh no, wait a minute. Let's see, variance, within acceptable variance. But then down here he says, what? He says main circuit is below minimum safe threshold. Oh, it's okay. Adequate for intended use, standard tolerance. Note temperature rise 47 Celsius above ambient insulation degradation observed for 18 minutes. Recommend maximum continuous load 45%. Normal operating temperature range, no concerns. Voltage fluctuation exceeds manufacturer specifications 12%. Recommend additional testing, possible equipment modification before approval for installation. Recommend additional testing, possible equipment modification. Junior engineer overestimating risk. Standard operating parameters. So October 28th, Julius signed off, and then Sir Teddy overrode him. So here you can see Julius's handwriting, and here is Teddy saying, adding a note saying, the junior guy is too risk averse. It's fine. And he's approved it. Isn't that how you read it? This mainly this report has been filled out by Julius, and Teddy is the guy who writes in full script, more flowing, and he has overridden Julius, and he's saying, it's fine. So now we know Julius is, as we suspected, Julius is the one that's more concerned about stuff. And now confirmation that Teddy is the one signing off on everything. That's good confirmation for us to have, that Teddy is the one getting kickbacks for signing off on everything. All right. Let's see if we can't find the Arrow Snyder. No, these are not our people. They're in a different... They're either not relevant for us, or we're going to have to travel to get information. But I'm not inclined to worry about it for now. But we might go to the insurance company for those others. I think that's it. Those are the 3 companies we knew about. But we might try to visit the Wrights brothers to learn about what they were using, and Frank Schutz to find out about the fire extinguishers, and then the boat and Liberty Mutual to see if they have a copy of those records. All right. Any other thoughts? I think we're done here for now. Anna says, I don't think there's a need to waste more time in the archive. Let's find out more about the victims. I wonder if we might also consider whether we could learn about cyanide. Let me just look at this for a second. York Public Library. Where would we go to learn about chemistry and stuff? Science and technology. I guess that's where we would go if we wanted to read it. Let's just do this for fun. 47981, and we don't have to worry about... We'll talk to Emiliana just as a break, since we're being tailed and we want to try to lose our tail. Let's just make a visit to Emiliana, see how she's doing. 67401. $30. Now 11 a.m. next, and this is 67401. November wind cuts across Fifth Avenue. I stop at the base of the steps, collar turned up, studying the stone lions. They've been sitting here since 1911, watching the city fall apart around them, patient, indifferent. The one on the left is supposed to be female. I turn. Emiliana Lesica stands behind me, library card poking out of her coat pocket, a paper bag that smells like a hot pretzel tucked under her arm. Is that so? That's what the Times said. Lady Astor and Lord Lennox. She falls into step behind me as we climb the stairs. The sculptor disagrees, says they're both male. Paper got it wrong? Paper printed what made a better story. Tick one culture box. We just came here because eventually we're going to have to talk to all of our contacts, and I just felt it was time for a little break after the basement archives. She holds the door for me. What are you hunting today, detective? Not sure yet. I'll know when I find it. She gives me the look she reserves for patrons who don't know how to use an index. The directory lists our specialty rooms, ancestry, periodicals, maps, science. She taps the desk inside. Tell me what you need and I'll tell you where to look. If you have circled in your case either of the following two items, marker S1 or W1. No, we haven't. We haven't circled any of those, but maybe I'll write down that we might want to come back here with those. S1, W1. Okay, so that's it for her. So my theory was maybe we could learn a little bit about poisons. So I thought maybe we would, well, I thought maybe we'd just talk to Emiliana for fun, which we have done. And I thought maybe we might head over to the science books and see if we can read anything. We could ask, we could see who checked out books on, we'd have to have a name. All right, 47981. If we don't find this, we'll just move along. 47981. No. Okay, that's fine. We might come back here. We'll try to discourage this guy who's tailing us. All right, where do you want to go next? Let's try either the leads from the articles, you mean the Reitz brothers and stuff, or Manuel Van Dyke. Okay, so I'm keen to talk to Manuel Van Dyke, and I don't want this guy following us to Manuel. I don't want him realizing that we're interested in Manuel. So what we're going to do is, I'm not going to take Martinez having found this for us. So let me just point out, if you search for Manuel, you wouldn't find him. But we said MVD, so we thought maybe it would be a name starting with V. 371 items. So if you could intuit that it might be a Van Dyke or Van Buren or Van, whatever, you would type Van, and you'd be looking for Manuel or M. Vander something. I guess we could look at all of our VD. So Van de Voort, Van de Water, and you'd be looking in our neighborhoods of interest. And we're looking for Manuel, and there he is. Manuel Van Dyke. But we don't want to just go here. We don't want to go here. What we want to do is do this. So it's said to do a canvas action. So what we're going to do is we go to it on the map. Okay, so here is Manuel Van Dyke, who lives in Yorkville, right next to where the gambling place is. If we click on this block, we'll see all the places on this block. So there is Manuel Van Dyke. He's on the same block as Yorkville Storage, a doctor, and what we care, and a laundry, but what we care about is the canvas action. So we are going to canvas the block, which we think is the action to lose the tail. If there's no entry, then nothing happens. Otherwise, we lose a half hour. Okay, so let's see if there's an action on this block. There sure is. Manuel deals cards at Hudson and Son. If someone from that basement connects me to his door, they'll know he's involved. And those people don't forgive. So Hudson and Son, I guess that's the name. This is the first time we're hearing this name, but we think this is the abandoned warehouse. So maybe we should make a note of that. I take the long way around through Yorkville, cutting down alleys, stopping to check reflections, double back on 82nd, circle the block on 80th, watch every parked car. The residential quiet works in my favor. No Alfa Romeo, no one's watching. Manuel keeps dealing. His cards stay hidden. Circle marker A1. So I'm guessing now that what's going to happen is now we can actually visit Manuel, and it's going to ask us if we've checked A1, if I'm understanding. Okay, so Luxum says error. This is from a previous version, just the part about Hudson and Son. Okay, so we're not going to pay attention to the Hudson and Son part, but I think if I'm understanding what we're reading here, I think it's basically saying that we've lost the guy, but now we can knock on his door. Let's see what happens. It's not checking us for A1. Okay, let's see, but maybe we're going to get it now. I'm not sure. All right, home of Manuel Van Dyke. Or that could just be a scoring issue for all we know. Okay, 30 minutes have passed. Next lead will be at 11:30, and this is 67249. The building at 520 East 81st Street is a modest walk-up. M. Van Dyke on the third floor. A man in his early 40s answers, wire-rimmed glasses, shirt sleeves rolled up. There's a metallic scent in the air. Manuel Van Dyke? Ja? What do you want? The accent is harder to place than I expected. Not quite German, something flatter. I show my badge. Detective Deverell, need to ask you some questions. His expression becomes carefully neutral. About what? Where do you work? Watches. He gestures behind him. I repair watches, work from home. The answer comes too quickly. Through the doorway I can see his workbench. Loops, files, a vise no bigger than my thumb. Brass shavings catch the light. A half-disassembled pocket watch lies open on a velvet cloth, its gears arranged in careful order. And by the window in a wheelchair, a younger man with a blanket over his legs. What do you want, detective? So we do have M1, but we don't have F1. So we're going to want to put a mark to come back here with F1. Let's see. All right, we've got M1. We got this from visiting the gambling joint. You deal cards Tuesday nights at that place on 87th Street. His hand freezes on the door. For a moment, he doesn't breathe. I don't know what you're talking about. Sure you don't. Poker tables, whiskey that isn't supposed to exist, and a clientele that pays cash. Manuel's face goes the color of an old newspaper. Your vice squad? Homicide. I let that word hang there. Armitage, Sir Teddy. Talk to me about Tuesday night. His mouth works once before he answers. The Englishman. Regular customer. And you saw him Tuesday night, ja? He was there. And what time did he leave? 10, maybe later. He was winning. Manuel says, I deal cards, detective. I don't ask questions. Armitage is dead. His eyes widen. And you think what? That I had something to do with it? Did you? No. No, I dealt cards, that's all. If you've circled marker Z1, How do we start with marker Z1? No. So I'm then at 5, 4, 9, 6, 8. If we had Z1, we could ask him about that, but we don't. So that's it. It was odd that it didn't check if we lost the tail. So I'm not sure how that mechanic is meant to work and if we're still being tailed. But there's stuff we haven't asked him about. He clearly is repairing watches. I don't know who this younger man with a blanket in his over his legs is, if this has anything to do with us. The next lead is still 11:30. That didn't take us extra time. Not 12:30, 11:30. I mean, he doesn't seem that suspicious to me. Where should we go? I mean, I have some other things I wanted to do. I wanted to go to his bank just to... Oh, Jonathan wanted us to look up the cab. Okay, fine. Let's do that. So let's go to our map and let's look up taxi cabs. And we looked up the Yorkville taxi. That's the taxi that took him home, took him to the gambling joint. But now what we're going to look for is a taxi cab in Carnegie Mansion. Looks like there's one there. Carnegie Mansion taxi stand operates out of a limestone carriage house with checkers lined up clean enough to ferry debutantes. The dispatcher wears a pressed jacket, keeps his logbook like it's evidence in court. Different world from Harrington Whitcomb's converted stable. This is where money calls cabs, not desperation. Police, I say, showing my badge. I'm looking for pickups from 110 East 87th Street, Tuesday night. He opens his ledger without hesitation, runs his finger down neat columns. Tuesday night. Rain kept us busy all evening. Ran nearly 80 fares. He turns the page, checks again, but nothing from that address. No calls, no street hails in that block. You're certain? Our drivers log every pickup, Detective. Carnegie Mansion doesn't stay in business by losing track of the swells. Okay, well, that was very cool, and I love how Carnegie Mansion neighborhood is described so much more upscale, but no sign of our guy getting in a cab there. It was a reasonable thing to do. Marco caught that Manuel fixes watches, and Armitage did have a watch that we didn't find on his body. That's true. Martinez and Anna are pointing out that the young man could be a victim of failed equipment. That's interesting. That's interesting, isn't it? Boy, that's an interesting idea. I do want to add, in fact, we're going to take a break. Why don't we just take a break, and offline during the break, I'll add those two notes about the missing watch and the possibly injured man to our notes. I'll see you in 8 minutes. All right, this case has gotten serious. I needed to get a Diet Coke. Anna insists it's 12:30 in game time. Okay, 12:30, fine. I do think maybe I need to go put in the FAQ, it says something about don't overly stress about time in the game. And I think it's worth reinforcing that. Like if you're off by a couple hours, it's not going to break anything. So don't overly stress. Little talk about the little misunderstanding on my part, misremembering how when we got the cab ride was taking him alone from work to his home. There was someone in front of his home with the white Buick, so he said, take me to the club. And so Jonathan has been trying to emphasize the fact that we don't know how he got from the club in the rain to the automat and back to his house. And we've just found out that he's not taken a cab. So it is an interesting question about whether someone at the club drove him to the automat. I think the implied clue is maybe someone gave him a ride. I think that's a very interesting point. Sal could also be a relative and part of the murder, and that's why he's tailing us. Why is our guy... Okay, so... So we assumed that there's blackmail and that he hired Sal as muscle to find the blackmailer. But maybe we are going to have to think harder about maybe there was no blackmailer. But is it also possible that he's paying Sal because Sal is the blackmailer? Or maybe he paid Sal... I mean, he paid him $500, we think. That's a lot of money. Okay, so Jonathan wants to follow up the Forsyth. Now, Forsyth lives in Staten Island, but he could have a relative. So, okay, fine. Let's go chase down that lead a bit. So let's see. Is there a Forsyth in our directory? There actually isn't even someone named Forsyth. Seems like there should be, but all right, that is not, I mean, he lives, that doesn't mean that much because Forsyth lives in Staten Island. But if you do want to follow up on this, the Rikers Island steamboat. Rikers Island. I mean, I don't think we're traveling to Rikers Island. Be interesting to do it though. Explosion near the East River. Federal Maritime Commission inspectors. Let's just see if the federal... No. I think this is a good clue that this guy is not related. Okay. Jonathan asks, could we go to Staten Island just to cover our bases? Well, let me just show you what that would look like as a question. So all of our addresses and directories are all in Manhattan. But for each of the other boroughs, what you would do is you'd go to the outer boroughs. And we have maps for these. They're not going to be shown here. But Staten Island, otherwise known as Richmond, is here. So let me just show you what would happen if you selected this. What you get is you can visit each of these districts in each of the outer boroughs. Staten Island's pretty small. So here is Brighton, Staten Island. And we are told that Alexander Forsyth of West New Brighton. So these are the neighborhoods in Staten Island. So this will be like calling up the police department in this neighborhood of Staten Island. All right, let's just try it and see what happens. No entry. Not surprising. But that's how you would go to that specific neighborhood in one of the outer boroughs, and you can see some of the outer boroughs will have many more neighborhoods you could visit, but there aren't locations specific to these outer boroughs, but each neighborhood has its own entry. All right, I think this suggests that it's not tied into this guy. Let's go back to our map for a second. So there's his automat, and there's this building. I mean, it's literally a... Wait, oh, sorry. So, I mean, he's literally a block away from the gambling joint. So it's really not a far walk. Now, where is his home? His home is here. I mean, it's pretty darn close. It would not be a big walk. And he had... Now, hold on a second. He had a copy of the Daily Worker that was a bit wet. Hold on a second. Does that suggest he might have picked up a copy of the paper on his way home? I'm not sure what it would get us, though, if we... Well, someone could tell us if he was alone, I guess. There's the automat. There's a newspaper stand here. Could see if he picked up a newspaper here. No. I mean, he's right near home, 2 blocks away. His work is all the way over here somewhere, right? So it makes sense he might want a cab to go here. But maybe from here to here to here, from here to here, there's no point taking a cab. All right, Anna is getting impatient. She wants us to follow up with these places. Okay, we looked for maritime, federal maritime, we couldn't find that. Can I just point out, though, before you get all crazy, we've got other places here. The automat wanted X1, according to my notes, and we didn't have X1, but now we do. Ditto for the Taft Hotel. That's our warrant. So we've got a whole bunch of places that we should return to. Like all of these places, I believe we now... This one, Dock 7 or 9. We've now gotten both of those. X1. That was his boss, so I think we went there. But the Taft Hotel wanted a warrant, and the automat wanted a warrant. I didn't remember that, but it feels like we should absolutely go back to our automat, especially now with our new theories, and read it a little more closely. So where is our automat? Here, Horn and Hardart. Horn and Hardart. Push through the revolving door. No waiters here. That's the point. Men in overcoats feed nickels into glass-fronted compartments. Busboy clears tables. 2 women share a single cup of coffee. I love that line. Okay, so we go to the woman in her 50s in the change booth. Looking for information about a customer, English fellow. She recognizes him, the Englishman. He in trouble, he's dead. Came in most nights after 10. Coffee, sometimes pie, always the coffee. You saw him Tuesday, I did. He looked worried. He took his coffee to a table by the window, sat there maybe 5 or 10 minutes, then he left. Okay, he does not have, she is watching him. He's not there with anyone. That is important. He does not meet up with someone there. That makes us almost certain now that he's been poisoned at the gambling club, unless someone working at Horn and Hardart is involved, which seems very unlikely. Now, X1 we have, so now we get to read this. I study the coffee station from across the room. The famous dolphin head spouts gleam under the lights. Drop a nickel, press the lever, hot coffee pours out. Simple for the customer, but there's a lot of machinery behind that brass facade. The nickel thrower catches me looking. Something else? The coffee machines. I'd like to take a closer look. I need to see the back room, the machinery itself. She raises an eyebrow. That's not my department. You'd need the floor manager. He covers 3 locations. Might take a while. She picks up the telephone receiver, dials, waits. There's a police detective here with a warrant. Needs access to the back room. One of our regulars is dead. Yes, sir. I'll tell him. She hangs up. He can be here in about 3 hours. You want to wait or come back? Record the following optional event. Look how pretty this is. So we've got a new event being added to our schedule 3 hours from now. I love it. So this event would trigger at 3:30 p.m. It's optional. We don't have to do it if we want. 74582. Love it. Love it. Okay, so that was required, but that one isn't. So that feels like surely a waste of time. However, the name of this case is Death by Design, so I'm a little suspicious of it. Boy, that's pretty neat, though. Our first optional event here. Now let's try to make sure we do a good job of keeping track of which places we've returned to. So we've returned to the X1 automat. We've returned to where he worked. We haven't returned to the Taft Hotel with our automat. We have returned to the archives. We haven't gone back to the medical examiner, but it seems like we talked to him over the phone. This was the archives. I think this was the archives at our work. R1, we do have, it was the brown envelope. Is there someone we didn't ask about the brown envelope? I'd be inclined to go back to the hotel, maybe, with the warrant. After the dolphin head, I missed the rest of the entry. Basically, at the dolphin head, we asked her to call the boss. We want to see the back room where the coffee is dispensed. And he's on his way. So, but it's going to take him 3 hours. So 3 hours from now, we can come back and meet with this guy and take a look at the back room at the automat. So I don't see much more, but I am inclined. We're approaching. We have to worry a little bit about running out of time. And let's remember we're being tailed. I don't know if we're still being tailed, actually. I'm going to leave a little note here. A luck. What happened when we got A1 dodging the tail? Is he still tailing us? Okay. So Anna wants us to follow up on the leads in the article. Okay, so I guess the one that I was most interested there was the one where the file had been removed and given to the insurance company. So it was Liberty Mutual. Two of them, one in the East Village and one in the Upper East Side. I'm not sure. Upper East Side would be closer to Yorkville. So there's the Upper East Side. And then Yorkville is right up here, whereas East Side is way downtown. So let me guess that it's in this one. All right, so we got to be on the top of our toes in terms of time running out when these businesses close down. So it's now, the next lead is going to be 1 p.m. 11822. The Liberty Mutual building on East 65th is all marble and brass, the kind of place that makes money by calculating risk and paying out as little as possible. The receptionist directs me to the third floor. Claims investigation, ask for Mr. Ernst. I find Ernst in a cluttered office that smells like pipe tobacco and old paper. He's younger than I expected, maybe 40, with wire-rimmed spectacles and actuarial exam textbooks stacked beside claim files. A chalkboard on the wall shows probability equations half erased. Otis Ernst, he offers a wry smile with a handshake. Yes, like the elevator company, my parents were either cruel or prophetic. When I mention the Carlisle Hotel elevator accident specifically, the smile vanishes. He doesn't look up from his files. Yes, March 1932. We handled that claim. Denied it, actually. Management classified it as operator error. Statistical outlier, they called it. He finally looks at me. But outliers follow patterns, detective. Real accidents cluster around predictable failure modes. If you have circled document 7, which I believe we have, yes, that was the article by Kay White. Go here. A journalist came asking? Yes, a couple days after we got the file. German woman, very determined. Asked about my investigation methods, how insurance companies verify documentation. He meets my eyes. She came with a list. Worked through every question before moving to the next. The kind of questions someone asks when they're building a case. All right. Well, this is wonderful because of what? What have we discovered here? Kay White, the journalist, is a German woman. That is not really what we expected. But now I'm starting to think that Julius Lang and Beatrice might be working together. Anna says German or maybe Dutch, but what was our Beatrice? She was very forward. How was Beatrice described? She was very forward and confident. We might have to look up a Kay White. Maybe it really is someone named Kay White and not Beatrice. German woman. I thought K. White was the pseudonym of Julius Lang, but now I'm thinking it might be. I don't get it. What do you mean, pointing back to Manuel? A relative or friend of Manuel? I don't know. That's a bridge too far for me at this point. Okay, so but that's that. Now, if you have not circled H1 or X1, we would go to one thing, but we have X1 and H1, so we get to do this one. I have a file number 2481634681144 and a warrant. I slide it across his desk. He reads it carefully. Oh, finally. He pulls a folder from a cabinet and starts laying documents out before I found a place to sit. Certified December 20th, installed January 10th, failed February 1st. He taps the dates. 22 days. That's fast. That's impossible. He scribbles numbers. Properly certified equipment, 7 years minimum before failure. And we got 3 weeks. That's a 100-fold deviation from expected performance. He looks up. That's not bad luck. That's a lie on paper. I try to follow his math. It's like watching someone speak a different language. He taps another document. And here's what makes it statistically significant. The Carlisle was sold at a foreclosure auction in December, just days before this equipment was certified. Buildings under financial distress show a 42% higher correlation with safety violations. That's not speculation, Detective. That's an actuarial fact. Someone should have flagged this for additional inspection. He pulls out a memo. Management response, insufficient evidence, claim denied due to operator error. He laughs bitterly. Foreclosure in December, fatality in February, building back on the market 2 weeks later. He spreads his hand. That's no coincidence. Someone needed this accident, ruled operator error before a new buyer could touch it. Central elevator gets cleared. Wasn't their equipment's fault. ETL's certification stands. The Carlisle's ready for a clean sale. We avoid litigation. Everyone's happy except the widow and the man who's dead. He spreads the documents across his desk. The numbers don't lie, Detective, but someone, somewhere did. I pull out the ETL test results form, yellow carbon copy dated December 20th, 1931. I fold it and slip it into my jacket. Circle document 14. He starts gathering documents. Maybe someone will finally look at the numbers and see what I saw. This wasn't an accident. It was statistically predictable negligence. All right, that was a pretty cool scene there. This guy was happy to give this to us. He just needed a warrant before he could. I think Martinez makes a very nice comment here, which I agree with. Lux has a brilliant grasp of financial crime. Like, some of the details here are pretty darn convincing. All right, so here is the lab report about the Carlisle Hotel, which got sold. Again, Julius Lang is the engineer who's done the work, and again, Teddy Armitage is signing off on it. No evidence of degradation or moisture damage. Armature windings show excellent insulation integrity. Brushes with acceptable wear tolerances. Surface excellent. No wear, noise, or excessive play detected. Motor meets all manufacturer specifications, applicable safety standards. Equipment appeared for equipment approved for continuous elevator service. Julius Lang. Okay. But where is our other report? That's Beatrice. Let's take a look at this for a second. So here is the elevator. And the question is this Armitage filling out this one instead of Julius Lang? So Armitage is the one who writes in this curvy script that's slanted. So this is Armitage's handwriting, and this is Julius. So Julius has written no evidence of degradation, and Armitage is writing this line. And then here, Armitage is adding commutator surface is excellent. And here Armitage is writing bearing assemblies in excellent condition. So like Julius is writing this line and Armitage is adding these second lines to the reports. It's subtle, but I think it's pretty clear. And here's Armitage writing approved. It is interesting that Julius seems to be signing off on most of it. I mean, he's doing the same thing here. He's adding his notes. It's just in this case, the notes look pretty good. I mean, Julius Lang's notes don't seem to be finding problems with the elevator. Should we take a look again at what exactly went wrong with it? An elevator mechanic. Seems like we maybe should go to the Carlisle Hotel and see if we can't find out about who this mechanic was. Deterioration in the motor's armature windings. There we go. There we go. Armitage windings were damaged, and that's the part that Armitage has added, that the windings show excellent integrity. So I don't think Julius tested the armature windings. Didn't get around to it yet, maybe. And that's what failed. Okay, that makes some sense. Post-accident examination found the armature insulation had degraded significantly. Co-workers said the mechanic documented these. All right, so again, we have Armitage, Teddy Armitage faking these reports for money. I don't think we have, I think that's, I think that's pretty clear. All right, well, Beatrice Becker, I mean, Becker is a German name. The Julius signature does seem different. Does it really? Oh, yeah, it sure does. Oh, you're absolutely right, it does. That's a very good catch. Normally, I am the one to focus that, but I was so casual about it. You are absolutely right. Look, here he is with his signature on the report that we do think he filled out because he says don't use it. And here is the signature on the report that is about the Carlisle Hotel. It's a totally different signature. Wow. That's a great catch. There's the hotel report saying everything's great. And it looks like maybe Armitage wrote it. Or Saunders, perhaps. Okay, so we know they've forged that report. Whether his signature was good, or Armitage just added stuff, either way, it was clear that Armitage was falsifying it. So we do have Saunders' handwriting. It's true. You want to see if that was his handwriting? That would be a good catch if we wanted to arrest him at some point. We could compare Saunders' handwriting. Where oh, okay, let's see. So what looks distinctive? There's a distinctive capital J, but we don't have it here. There's a distinctive ending G. Unfortunately, we don't have a lowercase g here. It's hard to... It's hard to line those two up. Channel says take a look at the S. The S does look pretty similar, doesn't it? And unusual with that line coming up through the center. Maybe we should not just look at this. If we think the whole report was fake, can we look for anything really distinctive here? Those D's are pretty distinctive with that dash in the middle. Let's see if anywhere in this report, unfortunately an uppercase D might be a little hard to find. There it is, right there. There is our handwriting. Bingo. Okay, that was very good. That was very good teamwork and very good picking up the idea that this could be Saunders' handwriting. All right, now we've got evidence that both Saunders and Armitage are working together to falsify reports for ETL in exchange for payoffs. That is great work. Sounds like we're going to be arresting Saunders at some point. But what's next for us? Where's our to-do lists? I'm curious now about this channel. The channel was early on theory that it was family of someone. Now I'm wondering if it's not the boat, but what about the widow of the guy, the elevator guy who got killed? I wonder if we couldn't go to the Carlisle Hotel. What if Kay White is the widow with the hotel? If the Carlisle Hotel was the first incident, and that's when Kay White starts writing, I wonder if Kay White isn't going to be the elevator guy's widow. Maybe we should try to look up Kay White before assuming it's a fake name. Where is the Carlisle Hotel? Hold on a second. Carlisle Hotel is in the Upper East Side. So I do want to go here and see. Now it's been sold, but maybe they remember. But on the Upper East Side, I wonder if we could find a White. No Whites living in the Upper East Side, but let's look for a K White. I don't think this is someone's name, but it could be. There aren't that many Whites. Okay, there's no K White, so it is someone using a fake name. That's fine. Martinez already looked for K White. Well, how about we go to the Carlisle Hotel? Let's see what they know. Look at that beautiful photo of the Carlisle Hotel. 72252. The desk clerk in morning dress looks up and takes me in. A badge in a lobby like this is its own kind of weather. Oh, God. Come on. The writing here is too good. The Carlisle sits between 76th and 77th on Madison Avenue, all Art Deco limestone and careful setbacks. Careful setbacks? How does someone in Quebec, whose French is his first language, how are you talking about setbacks? Does everyone know what a setback is? Like, a setback is the building is set back from the street in a nice, elegant way? What is going on? All right, Jonathan's trying to alert me to a theory in the channel. I'm going to read that in a second, but let me finish reading this first. Careful setbacks, barely 2 years old, already the kind of address that whispers money, new stone, old habits. The lobby gleams with modern restraint, marble underfoot, mirrors that soften faces, luxury designed not to draw attention. The kind of place where unpleasant matters get handled before they become scenes. May I help you, officer? Detective Deverell, I need to speak with someone about the elevator accident. His expression settles into something professionally neutral. That matter was thoroughly investigated. The hotel was cleared of any liability. Okay, but we have a search warrant, so let's stop messing around. I show him the warrant. Get me your chief engineer now. 20 minutes later, I'm in a basement office that smells of machine oil and coffee. The chief engineer is a compact man in his 50s, pressed overalls, and bearing of someone who keeps complex systems running in a building where everything must work perfectly. Maintenance logs, I need to see them. He looks at the floor before he answers. The logs from before the accident were subpoenaed by the insurance investigation, never returned to hotel files. And the ones documenting the operational problems, the jerking, the grinding sounds, the leveling issues? I don't know what you're talking about, Detective. A voice from the doorway. I do. An older man in maintenance coveralls stands there, grease under his fingernails, white hair under his cap. Martin Schmidt worked with Stefan for 2 years. The chief engineer puts his hand up. Schmidt, you should, I'm talking to the detective. Schmidt comes into the office, ignores his supervisor. Stefan knew that motor was failing, documented everything, the brush wear, the bearing noise, the voltage problems, wrote it all up proper, submitted reports to management every week for 8 weeks straight. Those reports vanished. Schmidt turns to face me. After Stefan died, suddenly nobody could find his maintenance reports, but I saw them. He was thorough. That motor was bad from the start. Never should have passed certification. The motor had been certified safe by a licensed testing laboratory, the chief engineer says carefully. Everything was by the book. Stefan said the certification was wrong, said the paperwork didn't match what he was seeing in the equipment. Schmidt meets my eyes. He was going to file a formal complaint with the city. Then the motor failed, and he was at the bottom of the shaft. Mr. Schmidt, that's enough. I'm 63. 6 months to pension. What are they going to do? Fire me twice? He turns back to me. You want to know who certified that motor? Check with whoever handles electrical testing contracts. That's above my pay grade. The chief engineer nods reluctantly. Electrical testing laboratories handles most of our certifications. Their offices are over on East End Avenue. We don't keep copies of the technical reports, just the final approval stamps. Stefan, what was his last name? What kind of man was he? Stefan Clausen. Schmidt looks at the wall for a moment. He was the best kind of man. Careful, honest, wouldn't cut corners. He was going to make sure every elevator in this building was safe, no matter whom he had to fight. He brings his eyes back to me. Got him killed for it. Stefan Clausen. I'll bet his Kay White is going to be his widow. I'll bet Kay White is going to be his widow, and all of this started when the wife realized she needed to expose ETL. All right, now let me chat with let's see what I've missed. Anna says, journalist lady's German accent and Manuel similar to German, probably Dutch, is a bit too much of a coincidence. They must be related. John says, Jesse, I think this is a relevant theory that Chad is trying to put forth. When we first met Manuel, we heard he had an accent not quite German. Now the insurance company about a German. When this mystery started, let's all have some patience because English is not Lux's first language. That's a comment about how the writing is too good. Okay, so anyway, Jonathan is continuing. German woman, maybe insurance person is mistaken and she's Dutch. Maybe she's a relative acquaintance of Manuel. And then everyone's agreeing, might be worth looking to see if there are any other Van Dykes nearby. I do think that's worth looking at. But now I'm hot on this idea that this elevator guy got killed. And he's got a wife. There is a Clausen in Hamilton Heights. Maybe the theory doesn't matter now since Jonathan. Okay, well, here we go. We're going to find Clausen's widow. And we're going to see if she's Kay White. So, Clausen, huh? Stefan Clausen, who's who we're looking for. There's no Stefan Clausen, but we've got 3 other Clausens. Before I forget, you know, I've almost done it again. Did Manuel live in an apartment building? And did we not talk to his neighbors? Is that the second time I've forgotten to do that? I'm going to make a note to myself. Manuel Van Dyke's neighbors. Did he live in an apartment building? I'm just going to put that on my to-do list here. Okay, so, oh, we should shake the tail. Oh my God, we better. Yeah, that's a great point. Now, were we told where Stefan Clausen lived? No, but he worked at the Carlisle. And where was the Carlisle? Carlisle is in the Upper East Side. Now, Hamilton Heights is pretty far away. Hamilton Heights is up here somewhere. Let's see. Let's do it this way. So that would be pretty far away, but who knows? The widow may have had to move. We've got someone in the Upper West Side, which would be just across the park. So we don't really know. Morningside is also way up here somewhere. Washington Heights, Morningside is here. Okay, so we've got 3 places pretty far away, but it seems like we're a little scared to lead the tail here. So we're going to go to this Hamilton Heights just because it's a Joanna. Try the closer ones first. Let's bookmark them all. So we've got one. Oh, I don't want to go there without dropping our lead. We've got one that's right across the park from the Carlisle. Where's our Carlisle again? Down here somewhere. Why don't I see our bookmarks? Because I didn't bookmark it. There's the Carlisle. Okay, so there's the Carlisle. And there's one of our Clausens. I guess she'd be the closest one. But we're going to have to shake the tail. We don't really know, but we think we have to shake it each time. All right, let's go to the closer one here. So on this block, the canvas is here. We're not sure, but we're just being sure. There's no real downside other than a little bit of work. All right, we're going to try to shake this tail. I doubled back twice, watching every parked car in the block walk past the building, circle around nothing. These quiet streets show a tail fast. Wow, there was an actual tail at this location. Okay, so now it's become 2 p.m. is what I have after we shook that tail. Wow, that feels like we're on the right track. So there was a way to shake a tail on this particular block. All right, now let's see what Clausen in apartment 1C has to say. A doorman building on Central Park West. Money. The Clausen who answers is a stocky man in his 60s, silver hair, biker suit. Detective Deverell, I'm looking into someone named Clausen, Stefan Clausen. He shakes his head. Never heard of him. Common enough name. He's already closing the door. Try the phone book. Okay. So this looks like our wrong Clausen. That was a half hour, though. It's now 2:30 p.m. All right. So, but it feels like we might be on the right track. I think we go back to our next Clausen. We've got an A. Clausen in Morningside. She's a little bit closer, but we don't know if it's a man or a woman. Maybe we start with Joanna. Okay, so before we go into the Hamilton apartments for Joanna, let's canvass the block. Harlem's a long way from Yorkville. I take 2 different subway lines, change cars twice, watch every face that follows, get off at 145th and walk back down. The residential blocks up here are quiet. Any tail would stand out like a sore thumb. No black Alfa Romeo. No one is watching. Whatever I'm walking into, I'm not bringing company. Circle marker N1. Okay, that's pretty fun. All right, that's a good sign, right? 2:33 p.m. This is pretty amazing. It's now 3 p.m. Jesse crazy with this. Driving Jesse crazy. Or 3 p.m. Now I have 3 p.m. as well. All right. We're running out of daytime, though. All right. Come on, Joanna. It's time to find Kay White. Hamilton Heights. A woman in her 70s answers. Silver hair pinned back with an antique comb. A gray tabby winds between her ankles, watching me with the same flat suspicion as its mistress. Behind her, the apartment is modest but cultured. Worn volumes of Heine and Goethe on the shelves, a framed verse in careful calligraphy above the settee. Dried pressed flowers marking pages in an open book. She eyes my badge with old-world wariness. Detective Deverell, I'm looking into someone named Clausen, Stefan Clausen. Stefan was my nephew. I helped him find his feet when he came to America. She bends to lift the cat, stroking it absently as her eyes drift to the window. A lamb among wolves, that boy. Too honest for this city. He saw rot where others saw only paychecks, and he could not stay silent. Her accent thickens. So they silenced him. His wife, Maria, you know where she went? No. She stopped answering letters in the spring. She pauses, choosing her words with a poet's care. Maria was never one to weep and wail. She harbors everything inside, whispers it only to the dead. She shakes her head, burying her fingers in the cat's fur. Leave her alone, detective. She has suffered enough. We haven't circled N1, but we have circled N1. In fact, we just circled it. So I'm not sure how we could... Oh, this was the tail. If we had not lost that tail, something would have triggered right here. That's scary. All right, well, we now know it's Maria Clausen. But Maria Clausen, how are we to find her? And this woman says, leave her alone. We still have another Clausen relative, A. Clausen. Are we going to have to go there? Jonathan says, let's go to marriage records or death certificate for Stefan. I think we should read what would have happened here with the tail when the case ends. Okay, well, we haven't done this in a while, but let's make a case over list, and we will write down any leads we want to look at when the game ends. Okay, I've added it. These are the tail leads. Okay, fair enough. It's now 3 p.m. We could trigger the event. Check Jesse. Okay. I see my light is going off. I gotta figure out how to show you this light so you guys can see this light that goes off when I get a note here. All right. So now I ask you, do you really want to go to the automat? You really think we should? We don't have to go. It's going to waste a chunk of our time, but you think we should go, huh? All right. When we come back, we will head back downtown. It's way downtown. I guess it's not way downtown. It's in Carnegie Mansion. When we come back, we'll go and make our appointment at the automat and look behind the scenes at the machinery that creates the coffee. I mean, the guy is an elevator engineer, and his wife might be an engineer too. So maybe she's working at the automat. Well, according to my note, it's 3:30 when we were supposed to go to the automat, but Anna says 4. So actually, we have another turn or two we can take before that, or at least one more. So my question for you, though, if we're sure that Maria is important, doesn't it seem like for completion's sake, we should visit this other Clausen? It's probably not our Clausen. I got 2 points to make with you, but you know what? We're going to take a break. We're going to take a break, and when we come back, we'll talk about it. You think about what you want to do next. We've got a couple possibilities, including a Clausen we haven't visited yet in the next neighborhood. I'll see you in 8 minutes. Seems like we are all converging a little on a working theory here. Interesting point in the chat from Perry. How would the widow, if our theory is correct, that the widow of Stephen Clausen is Kay White, the reporter? Perry asks, how is the widow going to have access to the kind of information needed for the newspaper article? And Anna says, I think what I'm thinking is the widow can't be doing this alone. She had to recruit other people. And that's what ties us to Julius Manuel. And it may be that we've got one of these things where the people that were injured by the equipment have all gotten together to kill this guy off. Now, as for what we do next, we want to go back to the automat. I think we have a half hour left before we do, but we could head back there right now. But I want to point something out before I forget. There's an old saying that says, fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. And I want to point out that we've talked to this woman, Joanna Clausen, who has set up her nephew. She's clearly rich and with money. And she clearly doesn't want us messing with Maria. She says, Maria was never one to weep and wail. She harbors everything inside. That sounds like Maria is the one who would go for revenge. But then she says, leave her alone. She's suffered enough. Now, it seems to me we should at least do our due diligence and knock on neighbor's door and ask if a young widow has been coming by the building lately. Maybe the doorman knows who's been visiting Joanna Clausen, because maybe Joanna doesn't want to tell us that the widow Maria visits her occasionally. Jonathan also thought we could go check marriage records and see what her maiden name was. All good ideas. So we are not done tracking down Maria. Now, what we're going to do when we find Maria, I don't know. But Anna says, let's trigger the automat event. Okay, here we go. The Horn into Dart event triggers at 3:30. Anna is saying that it is now 3:30. We have decided, we don't have to, but we've decided that we are going to come here for this meeting. So let's go ahead and do it. We'll come back here to Joanna Clausen afterwards. We're going to go all the way across the park to Carnegie Mansion again. 7, 4, 5, 8. Oops. 7, 4, 5, 8, 2. The floor manager is compact, 50, suit pressed sharp, watch chain across his vest. He looks at my badge, then back at me. Ah, this about the Englishman? He unlocks the staff door. Shame, shame. Welcome to the guts, he continues. German engineering. Original equipment came over from Berlin in 1902. These dispensers run 16 hours a day, 7 days a week. We brew fresh coffee every 20 minutes. They ever break down? His eyes narrow. You think one of my machines killed that man? Hundreds of people got coffee from that dispenser Tuesday. You see a pile of bodies outside? I'm just asking questions. He's right, though. Same machine, same coffee. Something had to be different. You know how many times I've seen one malfunction in 15 years? He holds up 3 fingers. 3 times. 2 of those were customer error. A woman trying to force a Canadian nickel through. Fellow who thought he could jimmy the mechanism for free coffee. And what about the 3rd time? Valve needed adjustment about a month ago. Nothing major. He straightens his already straight watch chain. Used to be a headache finding mechanics who could read the German specifications, but we had the manuals translated, professional work, every diagram, every tolerance. My maintenance man had it fixed in 20 minutes. There's satisfaction in his voice. German precision. Detective, built to last longer than most marriages. Technical manuals line a shelf above the workbench. I pull down the Horn and Hardart beverage dispensing system technical specifications, dense diagrams, assemblies, and settings, every tolerance marked to the 100th of an inch. I flip to the title page. At the bottom in small type, it says, Translation completed by MWC, September 1932. Who's MWC? German woman, very precise. She actually spent a few weeks here checking her translation against the actual equipment. Name? Couldn't tell you. I just let her in when she needed access, usually evenings after the dinner rush thinned out. He gestures at the mechanical maze around us. She was thorough. Wanted to understand how everything worked, not just translate the words. Circle marker J1. The technical menu is not really helping. I take it in slowly. Dozen places where something could be added, modified, hidden. Brass pipes, bolts, shafts, steam valves, gears, and knobs. Pressure gauges with dials and timing mechanisms. Wires snake between components. Metal ramps guiding coins through chute and slots into several metal containers. Tubes carry coffee from central tanks to individual spout dispensers. The manager sees me staring. Anything you want to take a look at closer, detective? I've got time. There's a little calculator here. It's called Investigating the Machinery. You may investigate any of the capitalized components above to determine the lead number. Convert each letter of the word to a digit using the following cipher. For example, the word steam would become 12514. Each component you choose to examine takes 30 minutes. You can examine as many or as few as you wish before leaving. Okay, we've got dials, ramps, coins, chutes, slots, tubes, tanks, and spout. MWC, Maria W. Clausen. Well, I don't think we've got any we don't know what to look at here, right? I mean, we have no reason to look one place rather than another. MWC, the translator. Let's just mark it, so we might come back to it. MWC, Maria Clausen. I mean, I think we are on the trail of our killer. Brass pipes, bolts, shaft, brass pipes, bolts, shaft, steam valve, gears. There's so much stuff. We're gonna need to know what she jimmied, what she tricked out. We gotta find Maria. How are we gonna find Maria? All right, I got a couple ideas. So if W was her maiden name, one way we could find her is look for people with W in their last name, but there's 815 of them, and look for a Maria W. Seems a little far-fetched, but one could do it. We could look at the marriages death certificate. We could look at neighbors. We could track down other leads. We could go back to the library and look for someone doing work on translating. I'm not sure what we would look at, though. J1, huh? Well, did we look for White? Did we look for a Maria White? Why is Howard and why is R after Howard? Why aren't these alphabetical? That seems like a mistake. HR, something is a bug here. I gotta make a note to fix this. These should be alphabetical. Why aren't these alphabetical? Well, we have a Maria, a M White. All right, we're losing Anna and Martinez. But we must soldier on. So, is it possible that M.W. Maria W. Clausen went back to her maiden name of W for White? Instead of K. White, it's Maria White. Weiss, there's no M. Weiss. I'm inclined to go check out Maria Weiss, but I gotta make a note to myself to fix this bug here. Jesse. Fix sorting. But yeah, we definitely are going to have to lose a tail before we visit this woman if we think this is going to be. So I guess my question is, do we want to just knock on this door, or do we want to... It's now 4 p.m. We're running out of daytime. Are there any businesses we want to go to before they close? Did we want to go to the Yorkville Bank? Yes, I'm going to reset that. What do you think? I want to knock on the neighbor's door. I want to try Maria White. I want to try the other Clausen. I want to try the Let's see if we can't, before we knock on Maria White's door, maybe we should look in the, see if we can get marriage records. Did we go back to the Taft with the warrant yet? No. It's pro hotel, probably not time locked. Okay, so let's go to the places that are going to close first, like the records for marriage and divorce and death. All right, so let's see. What do we want here? Just for fun, we're going to take a little break. Shall we look for marriage and divorce records? Maybe we can find her maiden name. 71950. 71950. Oh, look at that. The municipal building rises 40 stories above Center Street, a wedding cake of limestone and bureaucracy. I push through the brass doors and take the elevator to the 3rd floor. The registrar of marriage and divorce is quieter than the death records office upstairs. Fewer tears, I suppose, though not by much. That's me rolling my eyes about how good the writing is. A young couple sits in the corner filling out forms, their hands touching between signatures. Give it a few years. If we have document 11, we do not have document 11 yet. I stand in the doorway for a moment, watching the clerks shuffle papers behind the counter, marriage records, divorce decrees, the paperwork of love and its failures, but I don't have a name to search for. Without knowing whose marriage might matter to this case, I'm just a man staring at filing cabinets. Okay, that's interesting. So 71402, which is marriage and death, and it wanted document 11 that we want to come back for. It did seem like, Jonathan, that it may have been a hint to come back with death records. So maybe we go up and get Stefan's death first, and maybe it mentions next of kin. So birth and death records, 89869. 89869. Oh, look at this. Municipal Building Registrar of Births and Deaths. Oh my God, this is crazy. It's now 4:30. It's going to be 5 p.m. soon. The municipal building rises 40 stories above Center Street. Somewhere in this building, every birth and death in Manhattan gets reduced to a line in a ledger. The registrar of births and deaths on the 4th floor. I find the registrar behind a counter stacked with forms, a thin man with spectacles and the power of someone who spends his days cataloging endings. A woman at the next window is crying softly, filling out forms for someone who will never fill out forms again. 23,000 deaths so far this year in Manhattan alone. 23,000 names reduced to carbon copies and filing codes. My father's one of those names now. Heart failure, they wrote. Close enough, I suppose. I show my badge. The registrar doesn't blink. Death records are filed by borough, month and day, he says, adjusting his spectacles. You'll need to be specific. He gestures to a faded chart on the wall behind him. We've got borough codes, month and day. Once you have your filing code, you can consult the records yourself in the reading room down the hall. We keep the past 5 years on site. Anything older, you'll need to submit a written request and wait 3 to 5 days. He peers at me over his spectacles. And detective, we only have records for deaths that occurred within the 5 boroughs. Anyone who died elsewhere, you'll need to contact the appropriate jurisdiction. I make a note of the system. Borough, month, year. Simple enough if you know what you're looking for. Okay, 89869. And it will be 5:30 when we're done. Okay, now this is fantastic. Jonathan says Lux really went above and beyond coming up with these different filing systems. It's really quite incredible. All right, now, can we find Stefan's death to the day? I think we can, right? Because we know he was killed by the elevator crashing. So, is this not our day? An elevator mechanic died on Washington's birthday when the service elevator at the Carlisle Hotel plummeted 4 stories to the basement. So it's going to be Washington's birthday before March 8th. So March 8th, 1932, prior to, on Washington's birthday. When is Washington's birthday? Also, can we find those who died on the Staten Island ferry? It's an interesting question. Washington's birthday, President's Day, isn't a fixed day, but might have been back then. This makes me wonder if we shouldn't have a section of the library where you could go and learn about history and dates. I don't suppose there is one already. We do have history. And we do have genealogy. Like, when you write a game, we don't want these games to have you have to go to the internet to search for something. So it would be nice if there was a natural place you could go. It feels like history. Let me just look this. Let me just take a chance here. It looks like February 22nd from the internet, but it would be nice if there was a way to not have to look up in the internet. But I suppose history would be our best. So it would be February 22nd would be what the group thinks. Okay, so before I do that, let me just quickly see if there is an entry in history. 18347. 18347. No. Okay, well, we're not going to worry about it because we do know when through outside knowledge, but we're going to leave a note for Lux here for our playtesting report. I couldn't find one, but maybe history department in library would be a good candidate. Okay. Anna says an easier fix would be in the report, tell us the day, but I like the idea of having to look it up, but okay, it doesn't matter. We think we know what it is. All right, so what we're looking for then is a code which would be Manhattan 3, and then 0222. 30222. All right, let's look it up. 30222. Oh, we got it. The reading room smells of old paper and dust. The clerk brings me the box for Manhattan desk for February 22nd, 1932, Washington's birthday. 87 deaths were recorded that day. I searched through the records slowly, each certificate of life, name, age, address, cause of death, date, location, pneumonia, heart failure, tuberculosis, the usual culprits for a cold February. Then I see it. Document 11. "40 minutes alone in the dark at the bottom of a shaft, listening to voices above, waiting for help that came too late. I closed the ledger. Another name for the files, another widow for the city." Wow. Let's see what we've got here. Love it. Look at this. This is what this system was designed for. These documents. Look at this. A certificate of death, City of New York, Borough of Manhattan. Stephen Clausen, male, age 38, birthplace, Kolding, Denmark. Residence, East River Homes, 517 East 77th Street, apartment 1A. Elevator mechanic. Cause of death, internal injuries and hemorrhages resulting from fall. Wow, that's rough. February 22nd, 1932. Time of death, 3:47. Carlisle Hotel. Notes, deceased was found in the basement of elevator shaft. Approximately 40 minutes elapsed before rescue workers could reach him. Deceased was alive when found, but expired before extraction could be completed. Next of kin, Maria Clausen, wife, same address. So we were thinking about marriage certificates, but we didn't get it, but we did get a home address. Danish, kind of like maybe what Marcel is. All right, East River Homes, 517 East 77th Street. East River Homes. So if we go back to the map here, we could search for East River Homes. That's an apartment building, but if for fun, if it didn't have the name of it, we've got East 77th Street. So let's just see for the fun of it. 77th Street, well, there is East River Homes. It's actually illustrated on the map. But here is in the Lenox Hill neighborhood. You could go to 77th Street. You can see east and west is happening here at the park. So over here is West 77th Street. Here is East 77th Street. If you didn't know, if it didn't have a name of an apartment building, you could just click on some blocks here and look for addresses on 77th Street. Here's 205 East 77th. We know we're headed for 517, so you know it's going to be further over this way. And here we have 429, and sure enough, 517 East River Homes. Now, he lived in apartment 1A. Currently, there's a Robert Savard living in 1A, apparently. could always be a mistake in the phone directory. Let's go visit this address, but we should maybe lose the tail first. And it is heading off. We'll see you tomorrow. We probably should lose this tail, right? We don't want to lead the guy here. I don't know if we're going to get anything from this apartment. Maybe we'll get a forward address. Maybe here. Jonathan is saying, is the certificate of death what they wanted at the marriage office? Yes, you're right, it is. You're right, it is. Okay, so rather than knock on this door, Jonathan is saying, we were just at the marriage office, and that's the document he wanted to pull up marriage records. Okay, so good catch, Jonathan. So we want to go to the registrar of births and deaths. No, we want marriages and divorce. Okay, good catch, Jonathan. So it was document 11 that they wanted to prove who we're looking for. All right, so this is the marriage. This is the marriage we want you to look up. I approached the city clerk and show my badge. I need a marriage record. Clausen, Stefan, and Maria, sometime in the last 10 years. She disappears into the stacks, and I wait, watching the young couple whisper to each other. After a few minutes, she returns empty-handed. Nothing under Clausen, she says. Not in Manhattan, not in any of the 5 boroughs. You sure they were married here? I think about the death certificate. Stefan Clausen, birthplace Denmark. His wife Maria listed as next of kin. If they didn't marry in New York, they could have married anywhere. Amsterdam, Berlin, some village church I'll never find records for. All right, thanks anyway, I say. Another dead end. The city keeps thorough records of its own, but the rest of the world doesn't file copies with the municipal building. That's great. Okay, we're back on our own trail. We were thinking of marriage. Instead, we got a death certificate, but now we want justice for this guy who spent 40 minutes. All right, I think we're going to knock on this door now. Do we want to look up records for any other victims while we're here? That's an interesting question. So you're saying here... all right, let's think about it. Well, we think we've got our person, but if people are teaming up, then that does feel like maybe it's worth seeing if we can make a connection. Like maybe Maria is working with someone else. So let's see. 5 workers died in last Friday's warehouse fire. So we could try to find these people. We've got a date, specific date here. What about this crane accident? Last Wednesday, we could look that up. And then September 9th explosion in Staten Island. Or Rikers Island. Rikers Island would probably still be Manhattan, although that's debatable. All right, you want, just for fun, you want to see if we can find death records for some of these? Let's do it. I don't know where we would look up Rikers Island in this. Rikers Island is sort of off towards Queens. I don't know technically where Rikers Island is considered. Let's do these though, and then we'll see if we can find anyone from these. I mean, this is almost like we're just playing in this sandbox for now. All right, so what have we got? Last Friday. So Tuesday, May 17th. So we would go Monday, Sunday, Saturday, Friday, 4 days. So May 13th. which would be 0513, and Manhattan is our 1, right? Manhattan is not 1. Manhattan is 3. So 30513. Let's try it just for fun. 30513. No. All right. I could Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday. That's fine. Let's look up the crane incident just to see. Crane incident last Wednesday. So last Wednesday would be the what? The 7th. September 7th. Right? Because the 14th would be the next Tuesday, but we want the Wednesday. So I think September 7th is our answer, which is 09073. I think that's right. The chat can correct me if I'm wrong. 30907. Oh, look at that. The folder's thick. 43 admissions that Wednesday. Births, appendectomies, a child with pneumonia, 2 heart attacks, a stabbing in Harlem. I skimmed past the illnesses and domestic accidents looking for construction sites. I find them on the second page of trauma cases. Van Dyke William, age 28, admitted 1047, cause crushing injury to spine, cervical fractures, patient struck by crane boom during equipment failure, prognosis, permanent paralysis, lower extremities. The knitting needles are still clicking when I return the folder. Find what you needed? Yeah. Good. She holds up the booty, examining her work. Life's too short to spend it in filing cabinets. Marker F1. Holy cow. We've just broken the case wide open. Wait, what happened? I did something wrong? Oh, I did it wrong. Oh, but... We bypassed something, huh? Okay, well, let's pretend we didn't see it then. Whoops, whoops, whoops. How do I get away from this? Okay, so... Okay, well, that's good. That's why we have a... That's why we have a playtest. Let me get off this page and go... How do I do Control Home from this keyboard? I don't know, but I can do it from here. Okay, so that's it. All right, that's fine. Let's see what's happened here. Okay, so Lux says stop. John says Jesse stop. Error. I guess we're breaking logic. Okay, see this hospital. Okay, so that's fine. It was if it had been anything other than that, I think we would have we wouldn't have we would have stopped. We would have realized it was just so close to what we were looking for that it seemed like it made sense. Okay, that's okay. That's okay. That's okay. That's okay. What Lux is pointing out is this is a worker paralyzed, not killed. So we shouldn't have found the birth certificate. We wouldn't have found the death certificate. So I think what we'll do is we'll try to retcon this by focusing on this. We did we did think already that Van Dyke the guy in the wheelchair could have been injured on an accident. So we had already imagined that. But what are the odds that would happen, that mistake would happen? You know how to fix that, right? Because that's probably, that lead we read was not the address of Lenox Hospital. It was probably a reserved address. You could just reserve that so it didn't use it. Okay, doesn't matter. We're going to now fix that by investigating this a little bit and see if we can't get that in our own way. And then we'll circle back to Maria, which I do want to. We're running out of time, so but maybe before things close down, we'll try to see this. Okay, so let's just look at this. Rockefeller Center construction site. Co-workers, management. Okay, so we don't know anything else other than Rockefeller Center paralyzed person. So we could visit Alice Chambers Solenoid. They might know information. Let's see if we can find Rockefeller Center here. So Rockefeller Center, let me see what we're gonna find here. So Rockefeller Center, there actually is an entry for it. It's an office building. I don't think we need to worry about losing a tail here. No entry for Rockefeller Center. Okay. No entry for Rockefeller Center construction site. I would have expected there to be an entry. I think I might just leave Lux a little note here. All right, so no entry for Rockefeller Center. We could imagine, though, that let's look on this block. Let's just see if there's anything else on this block that could be like a construction site. Not really. We could try canvassing it. No, okay, that's fine. All right, now if someone got injured here, though, we might look for a hospital in the Times Square neighborhood. So how would we be suited for that? Looks like no hospital in Times Square. But the Hotel Taft is here. Okay, so we wouldn't be able to find what hospital he was in that way. I don't know why we'd check the RCA building. Rockefeller Center. I don't have any reason we should go in RCA building. Let's take a look at this, though. See if we've missed anything. Rockefeller Center construction site. I mean, Rockefeller Center is a big area, not just that one building. So it could be vague about that, but I am thinking that if I got stuck here, I couldn't find Rockefeller Center. I think maybe, and I couldn't find a nearby hospital. We might try going to the manufacturer. Maybe they know about the... If we went right to them, do they have anything to say? If it's before 4 p.m., unfortunately, it's not. Night watchman sits behind the reception desk reading a newspaper. He looks up when I knock, shakes his head without getting up, and taps his watch. And he goes back to his paper. Okay, so we're too late for that. 6 p.m. now. Okay, it's not a big deal. We might, we'll revisit. We'll revisit. The newspaper doesn't say anything about the RCA building that I can see. It's all about Rockefeller Center. But okay, it's not important. It's not nothing we have to do now. But it's already 6 p.m. Businesses are closing. We know we have until 8, so we don't have too much longer. I think we should just forget about what we read. It's not important yet. We'll get it. We'll tie it up before we're done, but we don't have to solve it today. Harry wants to look into Julius and Beatrice. Okay, that's fine too, but I don't want to, I want to keep going on Maria first. So we have a couple ways we can try to find Maria. The most promising one is the address she used to live in. So let's not get distracted. Let's go back to the address we had her at, which was Savard Robert. That's where she used to live, in apartment 1A, and she may have a forwarding address. Okay, so Lux says there's a little bug there. That's fine. We'll deal with that tomorrow. All right, so I want to lose the tail before we go here. I do not want to lead this guy to Maria, even though I'm not convinced Maria lives here. So let's just make sure that we can canvas this block if we need to. I circle the block, slip into the lunch crowd, check reflections in every window. By the time I reach the entrance, the Alfa Romeo's gone, lost in the traffic. Okay, so we lost a half hour. We didn't get any markers, so probably that's not important, but that's fine. Better safe than sorry. Let's knock on this door. The door opens to a young man with a thick French-Canadian accent. Clausen? None? I don't know his name. I moved here in July from Montreal. The apartment was empty when I signed the lease. He gestures helplessly. Sorry, monsieur. Dead end. All right. This guy just got here. It's now 7 p.m. I am inclined to see if the next door neighbor knew Maria. No. Okay, what about doorman? The superintendent's office smells of pipe tobacco and radiator steam. A heavy-set man in work clothes looks up from his ledger. Lawson? He sets down his pen. Sure, I remember them. Nice, quiet couple. Husband died in February. Accident at some hotel. Ah, terrible thing. He shakes his head. The wife moved out a few months later. Couldn't blame her. Don't know where she went. Paid up through June and left the keys with me. Didn't leave a forwarding address. Okay, it's 7:30 p.m. now. Well, what's our... I still think we are... We should stay on Maria's trail. We do have, whether we may not be able to find her, but we do have a couple more leads for her. I'm tempted to talk to the doorman at the aunt's house. So let me... It was Johanna Awesome. I'm going to consider, I guess we're going to have to lose the tail again, just to be safe. We already got that marker though. So now we can go back to Joanna. Okay, but it wasn't actually Joanna I wanted to visit. What I wanted to do is go to Joanna's apartment building. Where does she live? Where is she? Where is Joanna? She lives in the Lucerne. I believe the Lucerne was a real apartment building. Let's knock on the doorman and see if he recognizes anyone visiting her. No. Okay, how about Joanna's neighbors while I'm here? No, and no. All right, well, it was a good thought. That was a good thought. I guess while we're here, let's reread this entry. Leave her alone. She harbors everything inside. She could be staying with one of her partners. Okay, well, it's now 8 p.m. We could try the white woman. Okay, so, but it's 8 p.m. We have to trigger our end of day, even though I'd like to knock on the door of Maria White. All right, let's go to our end of day event and see what markers we're missing. 3, 7, 9, 4, 2. The following two items must be found, K1 and L1. All right, well, we do have L1, but we do not have K1. Once again, we have failed to get something. So we got 1 reputation for the fact that we have L1. I was really hoping we were going to have them both this time. All right, now we're in overtime. We're in overtime, and we need to find K1. So are there places we haven't returned to? We haven't been back to the hotel with the search warrant. I guess I'd be inclined to do that first. So let's do that. Remember, everything we do is going to be... Actually, this one doesn't say we have to pay demerits. This one doesn't say. I wonder if that's an oversight by Lux. I'm going to give Lux a note here. Day 2, no demerits for overtime. Lux says that's an oversight. It should say it. Okay, so we take a demerit for each overtime here. All right, so Jonathan, you got a thought? What's the quickest way we should get? Let's play with the rule that after 3 or 4 demerits, we must take a hint. So I think the Taft Hotel feels like the one that the way we should think about this is like, what would we get yelled at by our boss for not following up on? I feel like Maria is hard to find, but I feel like the Taft Hotel, we might be yelled at for not following through on. So 59643 or 54138. Let's try this. 59643. It's not right. It's this. Okay. Wait, something's gone wrong. Didn't go. Let's see. Maybe here. Let's try the 54138. The 54138. The base entry for the Taft Hotel. Document 2. I have a note here that we were supposed to come back. Oh, because probably we got document 12 and 13, and then it asks for X1. Yes, okay. I need to speak with your chief engineer. It's about your telephone switchboard, and we didn't have X1. We didn't have a search warrant, but now we do. All right, this didn't get the marker we were looking for, though. I show the warrant. The clerk's smile becomes strained. I'll send for him. The chief engineer arrives 10 minutes later, a nervous man in his 40s with the harried look of someone keeping 22 stories of machinery running. This about the switchboard? You tell me. He leads me to a maintenance office. Off the service corridor, the walls are lined with circuit diagrams and maintenance schedules. 400 lines. Management wanted it operational by November 1st to attract business travelers. He gestures at a promotional mock-up on his desk. They had brochures printed and distributed before the equipment was even certified. Any problems since installation? He hesitates, glancing at the door. It's only been operational a couple days, but, well, the lights flicker when the switchboard's under heavy load, and the equipment room gets warm during peak hours. Warmer than I'd like. He wipes his forehead. You planning to report these problems? I was going to give it a week, see if it's just initial operation issues, but if it keeps up... He trails off. Management won't be happy if I'm saying there's problems with equipment they are advertising all over Manhattan, and the certification says it's safe. Management pushed hard to get this certified quickly. He looks at his hands. Well, they had the marketing campaign planned, reservations booked based on the new service. Couldn't afford delays. He shifts uncomfortably. Look, detective, I don't know what arrangements were made between hotel management and ETL. That's above my pay grade. I just keep the equipment running. Okay, so we're getting a demerit for this because we went over time. Let's see what the chat thinks we should focus on. Marco says, M. White, Julius Hotel, Steamer Ship Company. Matt says, my rule is always 4 when it comes to hint or handicaps taken from Pandemic Legacy. Okay, so 4 hints we're going to take, 4 demerits, and then we're going to get a hint. Okay, Jonathan says, I'm inclined to just do M. White, more just to wrap up that thread, then we can put it out of our mind. According to my notes, the L1 was from the Daily Worker. I mean, that's where we got L1, which we did get. Okay, I don't know if that's important for us, but okay, let's follow up on our M. White then. So the reason we went for White is because the writer's name is K. White, and here we have an M. White. And we know our girl's name is Maria. Okay, so let's find where she is. I do not want to lead our tail to that location, so I am going to lose the tail in case we need it. No entry. Okay, so then this is not going to be right. This is not going to be our Maria White. No. Okay. It's a reasonable idea. It's a reasonable idea. Maria W. Clausen. We really couldn't find her name. I wonder if we shouldn't try the Dutch embassy. Does that make sense? Let me just look here. So embassies, we want like consulates and embassies. Would it be Denmark? No. This looks like the probably dead end. Are we obsessing on Maria? Do you think the other one we were supposed to follow up today was the poison? It makes sense. Let's visit Heinrich in person and see if he has anything to say. When we don't have anything better to do, going to the context is not a bad idea. Okay, let's see here. Four, 7, 3. I mean, we already talked to him, so I'm not sure he's going to have anything else to say to us, but let's see. If it's before day 2, if it's after day 1. Okay, so we have some audio ambiance. Okay, you can hear that. Let's see if I can hear it also. The phonograph plays something mournful, sparse piano, the same phrase repeating like it can't let go. Chopin, Polish. Mikkels waves his unlit pipe at the phonograph. Ah, we spent centuries killing each other, then someone sits down at a piano and, emperors drew borders, mothers bury sons, Chopin just wrote what it sounded like. The phrase ends in the silence. I guess it's supposed to be silence now. In the silence, his eyes drift to a photograph on the wall. An old portrait, a woman in formal dress, a young man in a soldier's uniform. My sister, her son's a war. I take the chair across from him. I'm sorry. It was a long time ago. He sets down the pipe, finally looks at me. You are investigating in Yorkville, yeah? Seems like everything connects back there. I know that neighborhood, know those families. He picks up the pipe again, turns it over in his fingers. Precision workers, watchmakers, machinists. My father was one. You learn to pay attention to small details. A gear tooth off by 1/100th of an inch. The whole mechanism fails. And nothing. He taps his pipe against his palm. I am only saying people who work with precision, they notice things, small things, they remember. He glances at the photograph again, especially when someone they love is taken from them. Grief does strange things to people, to careful people, Jack. It gives them concentration. He frowns, focus. Sounds like a warning. An observation. The music finally rests in a single chord, then silence. In a community like that, my boy, if your Englishmen made enemies, someone knows. The question is what they decided to do about it. Okay, so that's Heinrich visited, and another demerit. Let's see. More accurate, this mysterious type of arsenic, was it cyanide? Is there a chance that the beverage company that made the drink dispenser actually has a U.S. office in New York and maybe Maria worked there? What beverage company are you talking about? We went back to the hotel. We haven't gone back to his house. The manufacturer label on that coffee dispenser. Conspiracy by the victim's relatives seems more consistent. I mean, it's absolutely the victim's relatives, but it seems like maybe they all teamed up together. The question is... Make a little note here for myself. You can reread it in the automat thread, says Jonathan. Okay, let's do that then. So our Horn and Hadart automat was 9974 according to my note. Not a lead number, is it? 49974. So we're at Horn and Hardart, and we show her this search warrant, and he makes us come back. And when we come back, German engineering came over from Berlin in 1902. Are you sure we got the name of this? John says, never mind. I thought Horn and Hardart was the manufacturer. That's why I said, that's good. Okay, I think what we should do is we should come back, take a break now. We'll come back and then we'll read the hint for our missing marker. That's what we'll do, and get some inkling about where we should focus our efforts. So I'll see you in 8 minutes. We're almost at our 5-hour mark. Couple of interesting thoughts in the channel. We're about to take a hint for the marker we're missing for today. I have a couple more thoughts about that, but let's check in with the chat first. Jonathan says, Marco suggests visiting Julius. That would be very simple to do if we wanted to do that before the hint. The title of the case makes a strong point for examining the automatic design more closely. We could type Julius and or the steamer company. I'm not sure we can find the steamer company, but Julius, we certainly could. Is there a translator category in the yellow pages where we could look up German translator? I think that's actually, I don't think that's going to work for us, but it actually makes a lot of sense that if that's how Maria was hired to translate the equipment, then it might make sense that she's working for a translator service. And it is worth looking at the yellow pages and seeing where those are. Natalia says, how could we check if Maria and Manuel knew each other? I think the answer to that, that's one of these questions like, the easiest way is to keep trying to track the two of them down, and hopefully you stumble onto them meeting up with each other or something. Maybe after we find her and finish running down all those leads, then if it's not obvious, then we might brainstorm how we could figure out if they know each other. This is feeling a little bit like maybe, like either they're all working together. That's one possibility, but it's also feeling like it might be a little Agatha Christie, 10 Little Indians type of thing, Murder on the Orient Express, where like Maria had a motive to kill him and had a connection to ways she could poison the coffee, and Marcel also had a different way he could poison his coffee, so maybe it's like we're going to end up having to figure out which one really did it. But the chat wanted to try a couple of things. Julius Lang, the translator angle, and I'm going to add a chemist angle. Like if everything is happening in Yorkville and we don't know where they got this poison, Jonathan's idea was maybe we should be focusing on who got the poison and where. Maybe a chemist, maybe a pharmacy would give us some information. So why don't we try these 3 leads? If we don't find them there, we need to go to the hints. So you got a preference for what order you think it's more likely we'll hit our marker? Let me try my theory first of chemists in Yorkville. So yellow pages, what we're looking for is pharmacies. No pharmacies, so it's probably under drugstores. Drugstores, chemists, pharmacies. And we care about Yorkville. What have we got? Rexall drugs, and we've got one all the way up. So we've got 2 of them, but one of them is right next door to Armitage. But we don't care next door to Armitage as much as we want next door to Maria, but we don't know where she is. All right, I'm just gonna check one of these. I'm just gonna check the Rexall drugs in Yorkville. The Rexall sits on 3rd Avenue. Its green and white sign promising purity, quality, and service. Through the plate glass window, I can see the usual pharmacy setup. Soda fountain on one side, prescription counter at the back, shelves of patent medicines in between. Place smells like every drugstore. Carbolic soap, tobacco, and medicinal syrup. Behind the prescription counter, a balding man in a white coat looks up. Help you? I show my badge. Question about a customer, Sir Teddy Armitage. Sir Teddy? Sure, regular customer. What about him? Well, he's dead. Trying to understand his habits. What did he buy? The pharmacist thinks for a moment. Aspirin powder, bromo seltzer, went through bottles of that. And sleeping powders. He bought them regularly the past few weeks. Bad insomnia, always looked exhausted when he came in. I thank him and head back to 3rd Avenue. Okay, so a couple weeks. I guess that's more confirmation that it's been a couple weeks since the trouble has started. I'm giving us another demerit. There was a drugstore in the next neighborhood near the gambling den and the automat. That might be worth taking another demerit for. So Carnegie Mansion has 2 drugstores. There's one pretty close to the automat and pretty close to the gambling site. Okay, let's try that. Not found. Okay, that's a bit of a clue, and that's good. Okay, so that's that. And then there was a Julius Lang and a translator. Okay, let me show you the translators. Now, where would translators be? If we look up in the yellow pages for translators, we don't have an entry. Okay, so let's check the how to find it guide. There was a hiccup at the thing. I missed it. Where was it? At the Rexel Drugs. Let me see. What was the hiccup? Oh, here. Okay. That's a little bug. I think it must have been because of these parentheses. Okay, let me mark this. Thank you for spotting that, Jonathan. Okay. Oh, so yellow pages. Okay, so we didn't find translators under yellow pages, but let's see if the how to find it guide helps us. Okay, so the how to find it guide doesn't help us. So this is actually a little bit problematic because it should be here. Now, probably we can figure out where a translator would be. It's in some like commercial services or office services. Let's see if we can find. It's a little easier with the printed versions, but what we're looking for is like business services, business temporary workers. Industry sales, commercial equipment, not quite right. I think this is it here, job services. I think translators are going to be in job services. Yeah, okay. So here's translation services. And probably we're looking for Yorkville. Translation services. Secretarial company. Actor agency. Deutsche Secretarial. Not really. I mean, we could expand out from these 2 neighborhoods, but without good reason to, I don't think we're going to. Okay, so that's that. You could check Deutsche Secretarial just for fun, but we're really looking for translation. So unless it's like Maria's translation shop, I don't think it's worth trying to find that. Okay, and then the last one was Julius Lang, and then we're going to take a hint here. Wang J, that sounds like our guy right there. Do we care about dropping the tail? Probably. Although he's a bad guy. All right, let's drop that tail just in case. Better safe than sorry. 3 extra turns, no Alpha Romeo. I'm going to give us an extra demerit for that. We've now hit 4 demerits. 5-story walk-up on First Avenue, squeezed between a tailor shop and a Polish deli, the kind of building where the hallways smell like cabbage and radiators clank all night. Lang J on the 3rd floor mailbox. Okay, it's after 5 p.m. He's back from work, hopefully. I press the buzzer and wait. Nothing for a count of 10. Then footsteps on the stairs, slow and cautious. The door opens a crack. Chain still on. Julius Lang's pale face peers out, and what little color he has drains away. Detective Deverell. The words barely get out. How did you... I mean, why are you... Just a few follow-up questions. The chain rattles off. He stands in the doorway, blocking the entrance, shirt untucked, hair disheveled from its usual pomade. Behind him, a cramped studio apartment, drafting table by the window, engineering textbooks stacked on every surface. I already told you everything at the office. His hands are shaking. I don't know what else I can... Relax, Lang. I'm not here to arrest you. He doesn't look reassured. His eyes keep darting to the street behind me like he's expecting someone else to appear. Look, Detective, I really don't think it's appropriate for you to be here at my home. I've cooperated fully with your investigation. If you have more questions, you can contact me through ETL during business hours. He's already closing the door. Okay, so we've struck out. Trying to find our lead. That's okay. We shouldn't think of these day-end leads and hints as anything other than the game trying to pace us. And we shouldn't think of it as a failure. So we are going to look up a hint for K1, which is our missing lead that we need by the end of the day. I need to determine where Armitage got his coffee the night he died. That feels like it would have been the automat. Did we not? This information is helpful. That's a little ambiguously worded, but did we... That feels like we know he got his coffee at the... Well, we know a couple places he could have gotten coffee. I guess I'm going to click this next hint. Where was he when he decided to get the coffee? There's only one place within a few blocks radius that was open after 10 p.m. I think we've already found this. Let me try the automat again. I mean, we tried a couple places, right? But we tried in the very beginning, a couple of diners. Let me just go back to the automat for a second and make sure we didn't miss marking something. 49974. I mean, we've read this a couple times now, but maybe you only get that on a certain branch. So we had she served it to him. Did anyone talk to him? He took his coffee to a table by the window, 5 or 10 minutes, didn't finish it. Did any approach to talk to him? She says, I don't know. I don't think so. Huh. Okay, let's try it again. So K1, I'm going to say it's not helpful. And then here, I mean, should we be looking at the gambling joint again for diners or clubs? Maybe he went... There's his condemned building. I feel like we went to... That's a weird hint. Oh, there's no diners. What are diners under if they're not under diners? Cafes. Cafes, diners, nightclub. Could he have gone to a nightclub? But he got home at 10 p.m. soon after, so I don't understand. No, I'm going to go back to the next hint. The Horn and Hardart automat is where Armitage got his coffee. With a warrant, you can access the back room. We must have not... We must have forgotten to mark it once we had... Is that what happened? Let me try again to the automat. Did we forget to mark our thing that we... Did we get it once we do this? No, there's no setting of K1. We did all this. We did our warrant. We went here. J1. Not K1. Huh. Was it... You think it's the puzzle? That's interesting. Let me confirm that. If so, I think that needs to be done a little differently. Maybe it makes sense. We got this puzzle, and maybe the game expects us to have finished it. Okay, let's get all our hints and let's see. It does seem like maybe that's what's happening. So we went here. When examining the machinery. Okay. All right. So that is it. That's a little tricky. Might be asking for too much. Okay, well, we'll talk about that later. That's the only hiccup that we've experienced in this game. I think the reason it's tricky is because the player really may not know that this is solvable yet. Okay, so how are we gonna solve this? We know he's got his Pepto-Bismol and indigestion, but how on earth would we know what to look at here? Start by looking at the coin slot. What have we got? There's a lot of things here. Brass pipes, bolts, shafts, steam valve, gears, knobs, pressure gauges, dials and timing mechanisms, wires. Okay, well, let's experiment. We can certainly experiment once and see what things. Jonathan says, let's start by looking at the coin slots. Okay, so coin is COINS, which would be 3, 6, 9, 5, 1. 3, 6, 9, 5, 1. Okay, let's see. Let's go to 3, 6, 9, 5, 1. I stare at the metal containers. There in the middle, Tuesday night's take, waiting to be counted. How many customers use these coffee dispensers on a given day? Hundreds, I told you, Detective. And how many bodies have you got piled up outside? His face goes red. Now, wait a minute. Hundreds of people, same machine, same coffee, only one man died. I let that sit for a moment. If your machine was used to kill him, something had to trigger it, something specific to his transaction. The manager has a protest ready and swallows it. He looks at the coin containers, but I'm seizing Tuesday night's collection as evidence. You can't just... He stops himself, glances at the wire in my hand. Fine, but I want a receipt, and I want it on record that Horn and Hardart is cooperating fully with this investigation. Noted. He pulls out a pad, starts writing with angry little strokes. I lift the container marked Coffee Station, Tuesday 11/1. Heavy, hundreds of nickels, each one dropped by a customer who walked out alive, except maybe one. Circle marker K1. Okay, it feels like Jonathan just got lucky with this guess. I think maybe you've guessed that someone gave him a coin made out of a metal that would register differently when placed in the machine. And when he put it in a trigger. Now, this puzzle is not, I don't feel this is not quite worked smoothly for us. But I think you are all forgetting something, Jonathan. Okay, let's say if I told you it cost a nickel and the coin slot is key, and I think he put in a coin that the killers had rigged to poison him. Does that suggest any lead you want to reread? Do you remember anything about a nickel? Does the chat remember anything about a nickel? Because I think now this is clicking a little bit into place. Think back. Think back. I'm drawing a blank. There was a change girl. Let me see if I'm right or if I'm talking nonsense. Let me go to it and you'll see. Maybe someone can guess before I get there. Okay, we go to the gambling joint and we're going to be told about a little process. So remember that the group said that he got coffee at the gambling joint, and I said I thought he got sent out for coffee. But now, not only was it that he got sent out for coffee, it's that there's a little ritual here at the gambling joint where the dealer gives you a nickel to go get coffee. And that's our key puzzle here. It is the policy of this gambling joint to do this little weird, funny ritual where they don't serve coffee at the place, but that the dealer gives you a nickel. So what's happened here is that the wife, Maria, and Marcel have teamed up. And Marcel has given him a tricked out nickel. And he gives him the nickel to go across the street to get a coffee, and that's what's happened. It was a weird scene. And that is how he has gotten him tricked. Okay, so why don't we end it, and then here's another mention, the nickel forgotten in his pocket. So it is an interesting thing, you know, it's not the first time this has happened. It's a little tricky thing. There is something that happens to your brain when you read something that you can't quite make sense of. Sometimes your brain doesn't flag it as an important thing to come back to. It sort of flags it as, I don't get it, and so I throw it away. And I think what happened when we read this scene is we didn't quite comprehend what was happening here. And I think because our brain got this unusual thing about dealers sliding him a nickel, we sort of lost it. And I think the chat assumed that he was getting coffee while he was here. I think because this is a hard enough puzzle, it might have said something like, told us that they go, that it's like a, maybe emphasize this a little more, like it's a tradition at the club. The dealer gives you a lucky nickel, you go across the street to get a coffee. Like maybe a little bit more clear hint that they're spending the dealer's nickel at the coffee shop across the street. Maybe that would help. I think maybe that would help. And then there was a metallic, Anna is back. There was a metallic smell at Manuel's. He raked the coin. I do think they're dealing with fake coins. Okay. Marco says the lead to the laundromat puzzle was marked as not mandatory. Was it marked as not mandatory? It's true. How would you have gotten there if you decided not to go to it? That's a good question. I think that mandatory K1, well, we can talk about that in a bit. Let's read our end of day and wrap up, and then, since we've been playing for 5 hours, and then we'll talk a little bit about it. So, end of day, day 2. And we have gotten a bunch more demerits. That's all right. And now we're going to go back to the end of day event 37942. 37942. Okay, so when we found both items, go to evening day 2. Okay, the box of nickels sits on my desk like an accusation. 400 coins, give or take, each one a potential murder weapon. Somewhere in this pile is the one that killed Sir Teddy Armitage. I clench the briar pipe between my teeth unlit and pour them out in batches, running each coin between my fingers, weight, texture, the way they catch the light. After the first 100, they all start to feel the same. After 200, I'm not sure I'd recognize my own mother's face on a nickel. But the old man taught me patience. Evidence doesn't care if you're tired, Jack. It just sits there waiting for someone smart enough to see it. I pick up another handful of nickels, roll them across my palm one by one. Somewhere around coin 312, something feels different, heavier. I hold it up to the lamp. Looks like every other buffalo nickel in the pile, but when I set it on the desk and flick it with my fingernail, the sound is wrong. Dull instead of bright, dead instead of ringing. Circle marker Z1. Oh, that's exciting. We've been waiting for Z1. I pocket the coin and reach for my hat. The radiator clanks its evening complaint outside the city, settling into its cold November rhythms. If your other track has any ticks. Our other track? We certainly don't have any ticks on the other track. That's interesting. I wonder what that's about. That should be something we want to read when our case is over. Evening, day 2, other track. I wonder what that's about. All right. So I think we're done with that. We're not clicking there. Stop. Turn the page when you're ready to begin day 3. Okay, so we are done with today's case, today's day of the case. I actually think that's pretty darn clever about the coin and the murder setup working together. It's particularly satisfying because once the connection is made, this gets back to Natalia saying, how do we know that Maria and Marcel are working together? But now we know. I mean, this is the evidence we need. I do think we cut that puzzle, though, missed for us. The puzzle missed. It missed because we solved it by accident. It missed because we didn't realize we had enough information to do it. I guess so. Here's what I would do, Manuel, not Marcel. Here's a small bit of advice I would give. I'm trying to remember does anyone remember what game we played where the game said make a choice? Like if you imagine that that puzzle we were just at, check the coins, check the tubes, check the steam. We played a game recently that said something along the lines of, you should know what the answer is. Like there is a clear answer. You should know what it is before you turn the page or before you try. So the first thing I think to fix for that puzzle is to not let players guess. You should probably be saying something like, you should have that puzzle should be something like, here's the code for trying what to look at, and you should only try it if have a good reason to know what to do. And then I would make the lead in the gambling den a little more explicit about the coin. Now, I do think part of the reason why we personally, our group, got thrown off is that I got us to that Horn and Hadart automat before early in the game, so we associated it with being close to his house. And probably if we hadn't done that, and connected it with the gambling joint more, then it would have been easier to see the connection. But I think maybe what I would do is change that puzzle to say, don't guess, you should know the answer before you try it. And then I would make the gambling entry be something explicit, like there's a tradition here at this club. When you've played too long, the dealer gives you a red coin and you have to go have a cup of coffee across the street at the automat, and make that connection. And then I think maybe the other little bit, I think you're right, I think it was Jonathan's case. I think the other little bit that we are struggling with, which is a harder nut to crack, is the required tag part. Like, I think what Marco was pointing out, how like we didn't have to go to this, we didn't have to have this meeting. It was weird that that's a required marker. I think in general, the required markers, I can see why this has to be a required marker, because the act is wrapping up with us staring at those coins. But I do think maybe there needed to be some communication that we should solve that puzzle. Because when I read it, my gut was like, we don't know how to solve this yet. Like, we're going to talk to Maria, she's going to tell us something, and then we'll be able to solve it. So I had already concluded that we couldn't solve it. So I think maybe some way of communicating that is solvable. I'm not sure exactly how to do it. Maybe just something where Jack has some intuition that that he's got enough, that he knows enough to solve this. When he looks at it, he knows, I can almost feel the answer. I just have to have it come to me. Something like that. Just something to think about. Okay, but I mean, the writing in this case is amazing. The story is amazing. It's so fun to find all these different little angles. Pretty great. And then there's that death certificate in RCA building. Let's remember to deal with that tomorrow. All right. Well, another 5.5 hour session, 5 hours, a little bit plus. Looks like we're going to wrap it up tomorrow night for the final day 3. I am very curious if we're going to be able to get our hands on Maria, connect her to Manuel. Is that it? Is that just the two of them? Is there, what is going on with Sal? We still don't know that little angle. We've almost got it though. All right, I'll see you all tomorrow.